How soon? Right about now. Fun fact, the starting soon screen on twitch.tv is largely there so I can play an advert for 2 minutes before the stream actually starts to buffer my advert time a little bit. Oh my goodness, YouTube chat is so atrociously bad. It's like honestly impressive how terrible it is compared to Twitch chat. Trying to move the viewers can submit a deck link over there, and it's so awful. It's wild how much money they spent, like buying Twitch streamers to go over to their platform instead of investing in making it more functional. Like the YouTube actual player is great, but like all the surrounding features on YouTube are aggressively mediocre. I've noticed an increasing rate of people DQing making you wait them out instead of conceding, or is that just me? Is it happening when they're actually beat, or is it happening more at random? I definitely noticed, anecdotally, I had a few, like, organic disconnects, especially early on. But yeah, sometimes people are salty. We lost in the quarterfinals like I'm good at doing. I made a couple of mistakes, but also ran a little bit bad. Made a mistake in one of the games and got pretty unlucky in the other. Wheezing Pidgeot will do, Rhino. I've got one in front of you that we got to finish from yesterday, and you'll be the second one. Appreciate the tip. What's going on, Vessel? Good morning, good morning. Sounds like every top 8 I ever made a Magic the Gathering. So, fun fact, when I was grinding Magic the Gathering professionally, I held the incredibly coveted title of most top 8 finishes in tournaments without ever winning the tournament. I had like a 26% top 8 rate, like I top 8'd 1 in 4 tournaments I played and just always just wholly and fully bricked out. I would love a coin. That sounds lovely. I might actually use this one over the one I've been using. I like it a lot. No flute, no problem. I'll have enough to buy all of these eventually here. And my first turn 30 tie today. You know, I don't think I've had any of those, actually. I think I have multiple of both of these, yeah? Maybe I'm supposed to just spend Wonder Pick points on it anyways, so I'm not picking for anything else. Probably. Just in case we can trade them. Yeah, I guess I'll spend the Wonder Pick points. I'm maxed and not spending on anything. Yeah, I like the Turtle Cosmetics a lot. I'm gonna put the Blastoise coin on the Starmie deck for sure. Hey, Silver Oak, Jolteon Zebstrika. Yeah, I'd be happy to play that again. Thanks for the tip. I was thinking about maybe playing that in a tournament later this week too. Someone posted a 7-3 with it, and I think the core is solid, so definitely wouldn't mind playing some more of it. Which tournament are you playing today? There's one at noon my time. Seems like most of them start about then. I'm gonna play the Lumineon deck one more day. I feel like I'm getting to a point where I've played a lot of it and I'm knowing the ins and outs better. Maybe we'll win one of these things. Make slightly better choices. Why are there still missions? What am I missing? Oh. What else do I need to do it here? Wonder pick 2 times. I just need to wonder pick a bunch. All right, I guess we'll make a point to wonder pick. Alright, we're gonna pick up with this Kangaskhan pile from yesterday. Yeah, I actually agree, Gap. The min-maxing the wonder pick stuff is really tedious, and it's the first time I felt like I was optimizing the fun out of the game since picking up Pokemon Pocket. Selfishly, I hope they save me from myself and make it not possible. Three new packs at the end of the month is going to be so incredibly hype. Looking forward to hosting our tournament after it. Optimizing Wonder Pick. So there's Discord servers of people who share packs that have 2 stars in them or have hit God packs. And you can delete everyone from your friends list and only add people from these servers who have recently opened the 2-star cards you want to pick from. So your friends list is like only 4 or 5 people that have all recently opened the 2-star card you want to pull for. And I like that. I got 2 full art Ericas doing that I was missing. It's super tedious and it ruins your social experience because you have to get rid of all of your friends, but it's definitely the cheapest way to get 2-star cards. It is awful. It's a really tedious oversight in the system, but it's definitely the cheapest way to get stuff. I got two full art Ericas in a weekend doing it. Yeah, if you're free to play, you could do it just fine regular EX Pokemon too. Yeah, Gap, I wouldn't be surprised if they patch it out. Usually things that make the money system make less money tend to get patched relatively quickly. Del Keeps, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Got my Into the AM hoodie today, and it's wonderful. That's what I'm wearing right now. I actually just ordered another one of their graphical ones. They had some good designs this season. I'm looking forward to picking up. I think we play out second Kangamama, so that way if they hit a head sealer, we can put her up while we dig for Pidgeot EX. I have to say, I don't miss this experience. I wish this card just did 30 damage, because it sucks. Double low rolling. Pokemon Pocket, just for clarity's sake, does not have an official Discord server. There is a large fan-run server that has a lot of people in it, but it is very much not an official Pokemon-endorsed thing. No, I didn't say anything about more deck slots. Maybe you confused me talking about taking viewer deck submissions. I've got room for probably a couple more of those today, although you're going to be waiting a little bit. I am playing on LD Player, the one that has had the highest just works factor for me. Yeah, I can't say I'm terribly sad this card got power crept. Just like, yep, this is... I'm also not sure that we can win from here. Like, Kangaskhan is never clearing this Executor. And if I put Pidgeot EX up and clear it, the Celebi is likely clearing the Pidgeot on the back crack. And the Pidgeot's also not going to have enough damage to clear this, I don't think. Are the coins in this game really 50-50? Yes, and anybody telling you otherwise is an idiot or a grifter, and in either case, you shouldn't listen to them. Humans are really bad at parsing random data sets and probability. And when a lot of people think random, they think doesn't contain clumps. Is something that you learn. So I have a graduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching stats at both the high school and college level. And one of the exercises I would always do with my intro stats students and probability students is you go around the room and have everybody write 20 numbers between 1 and 20 down on their paper. And then you'd grab a few examples from the class and share them with everyone, and you would highlight the fact that the things that people wrote out largely didn't have any clumps of numbers in them. They were basically wholly and entirely random numbers, but people would never put more than like 2 of a number, basically, unless they'd done the specific exercise before. Because when people think random and they think random distribution, they think, oh, I'm just gonna shuffle the order on these, basically. They're not, I guess, card thoroughly reminding me why we don't play it. They don't think, oh, I'm gonna have lots of 4s or lots of 5s or like lots of 6s. Animated Taco, thank you for the 14 months. Yeah, like having the computer pseudo generate a random 1 and 2 is like one of the easiest things to program in the world. It's Alright, there she is. Is she gonna redeem herself? Our pendulum should swing back the other way, right? Looking for a baby bird. A good example of random is early MP3 players. There are often complaints about a song being played one after another because the shuffle feature was actually random, so it actually had to be adjusted so it wouldn't do that. Yeah, yes, that is one of the very common programming examples is we had to stop having shuffle features be true random because true random had too many clubs and people didn't like it. Dome Fossil Mew Baby Zapdos. Is our opponent cooking or baked, gamers? Jury is out. Is Mama back? Double heads, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Animated Taco, thanks for the 14 deaths. 14 down, however many until the heat death of the universe to go. Glad you're here for the long haul. I plan to be here. It could be a baby Aerodactyl. That's an interesting shout. Yeah, it could be. The way they're cooking makes me think a budding Expeditioner could be in the cards here, which would not be good for me. Oh, mama. This is so good if they don't have budding Expeditioner. The extra arm on my glasses is so they don't rest on top of my ears underneath my headphones. If you've ever worn over-ear headphones all day with normal glasses that rest on the top of your ears, they tend to get really sweaty and gross. Or maybe that's just me because I'm a disgusting human, but they prevent that from happening. Should have believed and played the Giovanni. Big true. Big true. Have affiliate code for the place that makes them. They're called Urban Samurai. They have some other unique frames on there if you want to check them out. They can't just put Zapdos up and clear Mama, because Marshadow will avenge them. Your daily packs reset if you don't spend them in time. They don't reset, but you don't accrue more, so you can only hold a max 2 packs at once. They are a budding Expeditioner deck. Unlucky. Figures, Mama would flip 4 heads in a row in a place where it literally doesn't matter. Well, I don't know that they intended to skip their turn there, but they definitely ran the timer down. I messed up / got unlucky in my top 8 match. Through one game and just had it buried in another. Baby Articuno, Moltres, and Drudagon. Okay. Yeah, we can give that a try. Baby Moltres is kind of like Big Kangaskhan kind of in a way. Thank you, not my dance. I'll tentatively take one more viewer deck submission today, but with the asterisk that you're going to be waiting a little while for me to play it. So I want to make sure you're here for the next few hours or are going to catch it after the fact. I've got, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 queued up. We play usually things for a half hour or so at least. Hey, Phaedra, glad you're enjoying the Starmie deck. We're actually going to run that back one more time in the tournament this afternoon. It's been my favorite as well. Really satisfying deck that always feels like it has a chance everywhere, while also having a strong matchup against Gyarados, which is a matchup I hate losing. I'm pumped for the new set, but anxious. Yeah, the new set is... It's easier to balance a card game when there's less cards. So I'm really excited and a little bit scared to see what our game balance is going to be like when our card pool jumps up to almost double what it is now. Hopefully it doubles and it shows us the design team for this game is still really good at their job. But you know, there's always a chance that the opposite happens, right? And we're like, oh God, what have they done? The full art cards that are going around online claiming to be from the new set are fan-made things that are not real. I would hope if they accidentally create a combination of things that are overpowered and not balanced, that they would rebalance the cards rather than ban something, but we won't know until we get there, basically. I think our opponent is playing a fossil just to have something they can deal 30 to with their Zapdos and then discard it, I think is what's going on there. Giovanni gives us lethal here, though. Get to crack for 130. You think Gengar would ever be playable? Maybe. There's both a ghost-type gym leader in the second generation of Pokemon and a ghost member of the Elite Four, and there could possibly be a supporter for either of those that would explicitly help Gengar. All right, we're going to play a little bit more with this one when we return, but we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll on the Twitch side. We'll tap them on YouTube as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out this morning. Don't go anywhere. We got a ton of Pokemon Pocket coming up today, both viewer decks and tournament games. Oh, that's an interesting comment from someone in chat. Can someone who's played more paper Pokemon not do bans? I'm not super familiar with following paper Pokemon longer term. I played it for like a year or so in person. They 100% do ban. They rarely do, and typically only in expanded. Okay. We haven't seen a standard format ban in ages. Okay. Having bans happen in the non-rotating formats makes more sense because there's more years worth of cards and it's easier to have something slip through. You're dealing with, you know, a decade or a decade's and a half worth of things. When's the next expansion? Data mine say the next expansion will be coming on January 29th, 2 weeks from today. Right? Yeah, 2 weeks from today. The data mine for the previous set coming out mid-December was accurate, but again, that is just speculation and it's unconfirmed. They don't really communicate super far in advance. Dev, thank you for the quarter of the year. Welcome back. So someone can correct me if I'm wrong on this. People are talking about Surfetched and Farfetched. In the paper card game, Sir Fetched usually has to evolve from specifically Galarian Farfetch'd, not regular Farfetch'd, right? Is that accurate? That's correct. Yeah, so if Sir Fetched was added to Pokemon Pocket, it likely wouldn't evolve from the Farfetch'd we currently have. Is something that's noteworthy. The weakness mechanic should not exist. What a reductionist and silly take. I've had this discussion a bunch of times in the comments on my video highlight I posted today. A lot of people view weakness in this game in a really reductionist and wrong way, in my opinion. So, like, for example, I posted the Starmie Farfetch Lumineon video today because I've been loving that deck. And there were just so many comments where people are like, oh, you just can't beat Pikachu because of weakness. You just can't beat Pikachu because of weakness. And in my experience, that deck actually has a really solid Pikachu matchup. And the reason why it has a solid Pikachu matchup is because you get aggressive and get underneath them before they get going. And a lot of the time, the game comes down to who has first energy advantage because you're both aggressive decks. And like, the weakness existing impacts breakpoints that happen, but by and large, it's not the deciding factor in most of your games. Who had first energy is the deciding factor. Get a little stretchy here. Now, in the paper game, weakness is 2x, which is a really extreme difference. But in this game, weakness simply being plus 20 damage, it kind of becomes a balancing mechanic in and of itself more than anything. It's a way to have certain cards line up well into certain other cards. And I honestly feel like it's really, really well done overall. Put energy on Marshadow. I'm really surprised they didn't discard the Ember here. I guess they want the revenge from the Marshadow, but I'm happy to take a knockout point if they want to give that back and forth. Like, I take a knockout, they take a knockout, I take a knockout, and then they're in trouble, I think. Yes, from a flavor perspective of the game, feeling like Pokemon, weaknesses are important from that aspect. But I think the way weaknesses are implemented in this game are really good, and they're more about balancing cards in a meta game rather than being a simply you have weakness, so you're polarized here and can't win. I think they did a really, really good job of that. William. So, power it up this one. I'm not going to wait to evolve. I might want to deal 30 in a pinch. They only have 1 knockout point here, so them softening up my Hitmonlee when I have 2 knockout points really doesn't matter. They could, like, have second Hitmonlee and finish the one on my bench, but my Pidgeot EX is ready to go. Even the Marshadow is good enough at this point, yeah. I apologize for the quick back-to-back breaks, but I need to run to the bathroom really quick. Sorry about that. I know we just took one, but nature calls. Throw the deck list up real fast. Okay, apologies. Oh. I'll play 1 or 2 more with this. In general, I think the fighting box package with Pidgeot EX is solid, but my experience playing Kangaskhan so far today has largely reminded me of why we don't play that card anymore. This does not feel particularly good. Go play both these out. I want them to be able to Sabrina up my Pidgey if I can avoid it. Playing Kangaskhan in this deck is the reason why we play more Leaf than X-Speed, which is a little bit more restrictive here as well. If you're playing something like Farfetch'd, you'd have more flexibility to just play X-Speed because you have all retreat cost 1s. Alright, I guess we won't be attacking then. Arcanine Blaine, interesting combination for the opponent. All right, if we find our EX friend, we should be in a decent spot. I want to play this out now because if they Sabrina me, I want to put this up instead of Hitmonlee, but it could also be wrong because if I draw Mars Shadow, I kind of want this bench slot for Mars Shadow. They just forget to attack. I forgot to attack. Nice, nice. All right, Mama, Dizzy Punch. Are we blading my Kanga? This seems good for me, no? I think I want to take the kick on Vulpix here, just so they can't have a Ninetales ready to go next turn. And then we can pivot into Pidgeot, clearing things after that. I'm gonna vibe on this last bench slot for a turn, because it could be Mars Shadow I want to put out there. How soon will you be able to have a good recommendation on which patch to focus on in the new set? So my plan when the set drops is to do a EX Pokemon set review right away. And then do a early best pack recommendation right after. Those will probably be the 2 videos I put out in the first day. I think I want to kick the Growlithe to force the Arcanine up. And then we'll probably revisit a week or 2 later what's the best pack once we've had experience with it. That definitely feels like something that'll be worth, this is an early take on it, and this is, okay, we've had some more time to take on it. You're still dead to Scattering Cyclone here, gamer. It won't matter much if we have trading enabled for the new set. I would be incredibly surprised if you are able to trade the new set on the day it launches. I like how I can take the time to explain myself and fully articulate why I feel the way I do about a thing, and then someone could just show up and they'll just double down and be like, but actually this. Just like, please stop. Please stop. I remember you said you're going to do a breakdown for EX Pokemon. Are you planning to do breakdowns for any of their card types or trainers? in classic YouTube fashion, you saw the EX ranking videos. I actually posted a non-EX Pokemon ratings video not long after, and it got almost no views. The algorithm really was unhappy with it. So yes, I did make a review video for non-EX Pokemon, but I don't know that I'll intend to do ranking videos for non-EX stuff anymore because they don't seem to do meaningful numbers and they're a lot of work to put together. All of the videos that aren't just deck highlights need to perform markedly better than a deck highlight to be worthwhile, because it's significantly more work to put together an edited video like that than it is to just post a deck highlight. And I think if I recall, that one basically did the same as a deck highlight. What was it? Yeah, non-EX Pokemon did 13,000 views. It actually did worse than a lot of the recent deck highlights. Recent deck highlights have had like 12 to 15 or 16,000 or so. Yeah. And the best EX is sitting at about 25,000 for comparison. So it actually underperformed a lower effort video type. What do you think is better, 2 Charizard, 1 Arcanine, 1 Mew, or 2 Volcarona? I'm gonna be curious to see in tournaments this weekend if Charizard Volcarona puts up more numbers. I don't know, maybe I should play with it myself, but I'm truly skeptical that's better than playing Arcanine. How did the top 10 cards video do? Which one was that? Top 10. I don't remember. I don't know which video you're referring to. I think we're putting out second. I don't put out Hitmonlee. I want something to play around Sabrina into my Marshadow. Is Charizard Volcarona still playing Moltres in the last spot? Yeah, if you missed the meta report video this week, I highlighted the Volcarona build there. Persian gamer. A cultured individual. Joke's on you, I didn't want that second Kangaskhan anyways. She doesn't hit any heads. The original Mythical Island set review video. Oh, that performed well. Yeah, new set review stuff is good. That type of stuff is huge click-through performance. New set releases is like premium hype time for card games like this. Biggest views all around. The way these more traditional card games work compared to games like Marvel Snap, where you have a new card every week, is you'll have a big burst of content interest every time a new card pack drops, and then it'll slowly trail off, and that week before your next set releases will be the lowest point in the cycle. Maybe Aerodactyl. Spicy. You know, they have fighting energy too. I wonder if they're playing both Aerodactyls. Big Bird is ready. Take your knockout. I'm gonna kill you with Big Bird. I actually really like one copy of Erica in the Wiggly Eggs deck. I think it's the highlight in 2 days will be my preferred build of Wiggly Eggs. One of the things to be aware of when you're looking at the tournament roundup deck list is I'm providing sample lists in those videos that did well in specific tournaments. That is not me telling you this is how I would build and play these decks. So when I post a deck highlight, that's me saying, okay, this is a deck that I like and this is how I would build it and this is me playing it. But in the bigger roundup videos that are data driven, that's me grabbing specific lists from tournaments that I don't necessarily agree with the choices that they've made. All right, I think we're gonna move on from this one. I'm glad to have revisited Kangaskhan, but playing with her today definitely reaffirmed in my mind that she's just not very good. The fighting box package is reasonable with Pidgeot, though, for sure. Fighting Pidgeot decks have put up a few results. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have deleted that because our next deck list is actually... Our next deck list is actually another Pidgeot build. Whoops. Gotta save some time. Need Pidgeot Wheezing. Like new coughing and old wheezing. If I could only get one, would you get second Gyarados or second Pidgeot? I think Pidgeot's the more interesting and fun card to play with, but the Gyarados deck is definitely the better deck. It's just I personally find the Gyarados decks pretty dry because they're very linear and straightforward to play. Whom do I want for my 5th basic? I'm into a duck. I don't even know that I'd say Kangaskhan got power crept so much as we were provided with more consistent alternatives to her. I think it's probably a more apt description of what happened to her. Like, I don't know that I agree that Kangaskhan is like a meaningfully worse power level. It's just your games swing wider when playing her compared to like Tauros and Drudagon, where you know the effect you're getting every single turn or game with her. Yeah, like this mix of traders. Yeah, let's do it. You know what I love for breakfast, chat? Good little scrambled egg. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Good night, sweet prince. That's so satisfying. Yeah, we're gonna be on Pokemon for the foreseeable future. Most likely, I should probably commission a Leak Slap emote. How come so little of Pocket's Pokemon have 2 attacks? Because it's very common for the first set in most games to be more simplistic in terms of their designs. I would wager as we have more sets released, we'll see more and more Pokemon that have more than 1 attack. Oh, if they have Superior next turn, we could be in a little bit of trouble if we don't find Weezing. I think the trading update is coming out soon. My money is that the trading update will come with the second set release because they're not going to let us trade the most recent set worth of cards. Or they could just roll 2 heads. Yikes. Celebi decks get me in trouble because they always make me think my brews are better than they are. LOL. Weezing? Weezing? Koga, sad. I imagine as Pocket releases more cards over the next year, we'll see both more cards with 2 attacks and more cards with Pokemon abilities. Hey, if they don't have a heal here, they lose. All right, just dead Pidgeot EX here. Oh, I suppose if they don't kill us, we don't win. All right, cool. Thanks, bud. Needed a knockout on the coughing. A little tandem bird action there. Farfetch picking up the second. Big Pidgeot coming in for the clear. Yeah, I'll be interested to see who they do for the faces of the booster packs in the set if it's Johto based. It could be like Ho-Oh, Lugia, and then like Suicune for like Gold, Silver, Crystal. They could also go all 3 legendary dogs. They could also throw a curveball, something like an Umbreon that's a fan favorite. One dynamic that I found is very interesting as I've posted more tournament game highlights on the YouTube channel is a lot of people don't seem to understand that open deck list settings tend to be more skill testing than closed deck list settings. A lot of people seem to think that like blowing people out with random cards is somehow strategic. You think cheating God packs will have an influence on trades? I think I expect the friends list God pack picking to get patched out because it's certainly going to cost them money. For people who aren't familiar, there are currently Discords full of people where you can organize and coordinate adding people to your friends list who have recently opened God packs. And if you delete all of your friends and then only have people on your friends who recently opened God packs, you're more likely to get God packs in your Wonder Picks. It's not cheating. It's just leveraging a very clear issue in the system. I expected something that'll get patched because, like, things that make the money machine sad in games like this tend to get patched rather quickly. It's an easy, should be easy enough for them to fix. They simply need to patch it so you don't get Wonder Pick showing up for people who weren't your friends. Yeah, they'll make it so Wonder Picks only show up if they were on your friends list when the pack was opened. But it makes it very easy to get higher rarity cards. I got 2 2-star Ericas doing it. I gotta start kicking my bird. Feels like they're gonna kick my Pidgey angle. We haven't been toxic enough lately. Let's play Mythical Island Weezing. Sounds good. I've been meaning to try him out in something. I appreciate the excuse. Alright, I think that'll be our last viewer deck submission I'm going to take. We've got a few in the backlog here. I don't like to... want to make sure we get to all of them today. Ooh, Tyranitar is a good call out for a possible pack face card as well. I like that suggestion. All right, and this Giovanni here means I hit my breakpoint regardless, yeah? So 40 and then poison. They Mars Shadow to clear me. I Pidgeot to clear the Mars Shadow. Oh wait, the Mars Shadow actually doesn't clear me here because they died to poison. Oh, that's so sick. This has to be knocked out by an attack. They were knocked out by a status condition. Chickadee Shrek Gamer. It's gonna show them when they go to click on Revenge that it's only dealing 60. Or sorry, dealing 40 plus weakness. Just clear this Mars Shadow out here. And they don't have 2 energies on their Pidgeotto, so they can't, like, put it up and attack me back right away. They can put it up and evolve it to tank a hit, but I can switch to Weezing and start marking damage on them, which is great. And we're insulated with Pidgey from a Sabrina, so I think we're good to go here at this point. We're just getting started with this one, Sans. Will be a good counter for Golem in the no EX format. I mean, Baby Executor is probably pretty good there, yeah. Could also just like Hitmonlee or Lumidy on them. Well, I guess they're playing Drudigon as their lead. It's probably just kicking them while they're in the back. The fighting box deck probably has a good matchup there. Psychic Gamer. Coughing, please. Energy here as opposed to here would imply to me that they don't currently have Gardevoir in hand. Because if they had Gardevoir, they would put energy here and Psy Shot me, and then retreat to this and put 2 on here and Psy Spear me. Our lack of coughing is pretty unfortunate. I assume they're bailing out here. Just potioning, okay. Notable that Pidgeot EX will survive a side drive. His local man about to get Sabrina and he can't play around. Gardevoir X-Speed Sabrina puts us in a trash can. Although it looks like they don't have Gardevoir yet. They're a Budding Expeditioner and Potion. It's a lot of sustain. They can't Giovanni me this turn. They can't Sabrina me, so we're gonna have time to get this going. So, Slab is technically a digital-only design in the smallest possible way, because if this was a paper card, it would reveal in paper, so you know your opponent wasn't cheating with it, as like the TLDR. So, you could definitely have that design in paper, it would just reveal the card when you hit a Psychic, but because it doesn't reveal, it's technically a digital-only card. Yeah, they just can't leave the Mewtwo up here. I'm really surprised they're not putting the Mew out. %, sorry, 66% to be coughing. Divide and Conquer gamers. If they have Gardevoir plus Giovanni, they could clear this coughing, and that could maybe be bad for me. Maybe this is wrong. But if they don't have potion, it looks like I can't kill the Mewtwo. I have the Giovanni, so we have the Mewtwo clear. We have a couple of full art traders in hand. I'm not saying this is the reason to play the deck, but it's definitely an upside. Even with a Geo here, they can't kill Pidgeot. This is the big upside to this card in this matchup. Being able to survive a hit in spots like this is huge. Even if I didn't have the Geo, like the Weezing means they're in a pretty bad spot. But I have the Geo, so we're just lethal here. Yeah, with picking up 2 full art error because I'm just missing Brock and Surge now. I'm allergic to Mewtwo gamers. Coughing, wheezing, coughing, wheezing. Well, that's one of them. Had a couple of draws at the other. If we find a Pidgey, we're in a real good spot. It says 50% to be a baby bird. I needed a baby bird, not a big mature bird. Would love to draw Weezing, would despise drawing coughing. But it makes sense to hold Pokeball till after Division to improve your odds of drawing Pidgey. I don't think so. The upside to evolving Pidgey ASAP is really high, and I'm like 50% to get it anyways, so. Why do you not like Pokeflute? I don't like Pokeflute because Pokeflute's only good when your Pidgeot EX is already online, and the games where your Pidgeot EX is online, you're usually ahead anyways, which makes it typically a win more card. To the folks asking about Marvel Snap drops, I'm not intending to stream Marvel Snap this month. I'm taking a little bit of a Pokemon-shaped leap and seeing if my content can be sustainable for me as a job, just focusing on Pokemon. Pokemon's been the most fun for me lately, so I'm just gonna follow my joy. If we maintain the Twitch sub count that I need to be able to call this a job, Pokemon's probably our future here on the channel. And if we fail to have support, we'll reassess after the month is done, but for January, we're gonna be a full-time Pokemon stream. And for the record, I don't plan to stop doing Pocket if it doesn't look like it's sustainable, at least in the short term. It just means I'll go back to mixing Pocket with other things, because I really like Pocket, so I intend to keep making videos for it. Regardless. Barber Swing, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that direct support. It's a big part of what makes my job possible. All right, we're looking for a baby bird. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Pocket will only go up in numbers. Yeah, I think so, friends. I think as we add more sets, Pocket's going to continue to grow, hopefully. So I think the plan here is to put Coughing up and hope to top deck Wheezing, and then build energy on the Pidgeot in the background the entire time. Their first knockout point, but they're pretty all in on this Celebi. So if we can maneuver to a position where we get to clear this, we'll be good to go. Hey, Bionic, thank you for the 2 years. It's a long time. Welcome back. As a point of reference, because I don't mind talking about the business / back end of what I do here. For the 2 years I focused on Marvel Snap full-time, I averaged around 2,600 concurrent subscribers on Twitch, which is a mixture of Prime and direct paid support. I need about 2,000-ish concurrent subscribers to, like, conveniently call this a job, and we currently have about 2,100, so a little bit less than Snap, but a little bit above my threshold for sustainability. So I'm optimistic we can stick above that number. That was not the Giovanni I wanted for Christmas, chat. It's very possible this deck wants a second Geo. Being able to hit 130 breakpoints in a spot like this is a big deal. It's also why we really wanted to draw the second Weezing last turn. And that's the flip side, is part of the reason why I don't have 2 Giovannis is Weezing kind of does a Giovanni impersonation sometimes, where, like, you could deal 10 with poison and then Koga it back, but obviously we just bricked on the Geo this game. And the Weezing. Yeah, noon tournament again today. I'll play the Starmie deck for one more day, and then I promise we'll play something different in tomorrow's tournament. There's 11 a.m. or noon tournaments every day this week. I'm playing on PC, silly. I'm using an Android emulator. Yes, YouTube memberships are very similar to Twitch subs. I get 70% of the support from them. So the $5 membership on the YouTube side is the equivalent to a tier 1 sub on Twitch. All right, we're definitely going to play some more with this deck when we get back. Shout out to the viewer who sent it in. I'm going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause. Speaking of money, and press the money button on both platforms. We'll see you in 120 seconds on Twitch and after however long this ad roll is on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're enjoying the YouTube stream, consider tapping the like button. It's a free way to give a little bit of engagement to help what I do here. To be fair, even if that Celebi didn't clear the Pidgeot EX there, we're probably still losing the game. Because, like, there was a good chance it dealt 150 and they would have been able to deal 20 more in the backswing. Any thoughts on Weezing Koga versus Drudagon Tauros? My gut says Drudagon Tauros is better. I assume Weezing's a bit better in the Mewtwo matchup, but generically I think I'd rather be the other ones into the field. The fact that Pidgeot specifically gets to attack with Drudagon is nice. I guess one upside the Weezing has that's a low energy attacker. When you're playing the Drudagon Tauros Pidgeot build, you have 3 energy attackers, can be a little cumbersome sometimes. My takeaway here is that a stage 2 not clearing Celebi feels bad. Definitely, Sans. I think a lot of the time, Pidgeot can clear Celebi in this deck. You have either Giovanni or Weezing plus Koga. Are there any lightning cards that like going first that makes Pikachu not feel so bad? Zebstrike is definitely the best lightning card for going first. It's not absurd like an Executor, but it's not bad. Is it a good idea to play one regular Pidgeot and one Pidgeot EX this deck? I think you definitely want 2 EX Pidgeots. I think playing a baby Pidgeot is, like, fine. I tested a lot of that when the card first dropped. It's okay. In general, I think you'd rather have a utility card, though. Like, just having a Sabrina is ideal, I think. How does Pikachu win as the first player versus an Executor EX turn 3? That's the neat part. You don't. You think there'll be any nerfs or buffs in this game? I'd be incredibly surprised if they did live balance in this game. You know, putting Farfetch'd on the bench against Volcarona might have been a mistake, because I could give him a free point, basically. Volcarona, do 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 do. Bulk, 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 woo! Volcarona. It's a stark lack of stage 1 birds in those draws, gamers. Although I will say, and this is fingers crossed, knock on some wood. Ideally, we're not going to have any really harsh / stark game balance issues in Pokemon Pocket until we're a few sets in, assuredly, yes? Like, it gets easier to miss things once you're like 1,000+ cards in, but I wouldn't be surprised if like the really strong reasonable balance like keeps up for the first year we're through here. It's a little bit more unwieldy past that, but we'll see. It's more likely balance is on point while the card pool is smaller, is what I'm trying to communicate here. I assume this matchup is atrocious for us. So, the way they've spread their energy here, they can volcanic ash something, but they can't volcanic ash something again next turn. Right? Yeah, they have to top deck Leaf or Speed, which they've already used one of each. But even if they do that, then they're down to 1 energy here, and then they're off for a turn, right? So, like, yeah, they get to switch to this, and they take 1 more point here, but this is only 1 point, right? I guess it's just tick, tick, boom at this point, though, because this is just gone. Our birds are cooked, basically. I actually just can't win the game, because I can't clear them in 2 turns. They just tick up this one on the bench, and then even if I kill this, they just cook something. One of these birds is going to be dinner at some point for him. Volcarettas look very impressive there for our opponent. People have been asking about that build. Be curious to see if that one puts up more results in the tournament this week. Man, you want to hear a really good example of data doesn't lie, but liars love data? Someone asked me why I don't regularly put losses in my YouTube videos, and I pointed out that educational content in the card gaming space tends to underperform, and people stop watching videos and unsubscribe from channels at higher rates when you put losses in the videos. And someone came back and told me educational content is the 4th most popular category on YouTube. So people definitely like educational stuff. You're just trying to lie to people to funnel them to your Twitch stream so you can play ads every 15 minutes for them. Which is extra funny because it's one of those, yes, educational stuff rates high on YouTube, but educational stuff rating high is different than card game educational stuff rating high. And then you follow up the corollary with, well, that's not how ads get run on my Twitch channel. Genuinely, I bet people like that are really happy on average, because if you're that ignorant to say stuff like that, you could just ignore everything and just go about your blissful life. Squishy! One of the proud members of the Hoaglandia triple-digit sub club. Thank you for the 100-month resubscription. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Man, this is a terrible start. Holy. No wheezing, no baby birds, just big oofs. I'm glad you're enjoying the Pokemon stuff, Squishy. I've been having a ton of fun. Is Mew a good replacement for Farfetch'd in this deck? Like, you don't have Farfetch'd, but you have a Mew EX? Is that what you're telling me? Alright, if we draw Professor's Research, and we research into Baby Bird plus Wheezing, we might have a shot. Alas, we have died. Hey, Drumstep, thanks for the supporter on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. Dude, Light, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope yours is going swell. Thanks for making mine better. Our opener is absolutely quack tier. Yikes. I bet this deck's Gyarados matchup is pretty close to unwinnable. I realized I'm 8 subs away from my 400 sub gift badge, so I'm fixing that real quick. Appreciate it. Alright, if they don't have... Oh my gosh. We bricked on the 66%er to find Baby Bird. Oh no. Oh no. Today's tournament will kick off in a little over an hour. Top of the noon hour for me here in Central Illinois. I think Starmie Luminia deck is just below the big three. I think it's a very similar power level category to like the fighting box decks that have been going around. Oh, they have fire energy, so they might be like the Tauros build. The Tauros build's probably a solid matchup for us. Even with our awkward draw, we've seen a Baby Bird or a Weezing here before long. I think the big appeal to the Lumineon Starmie deck is that it feels like a deck that doesn't have any genuinely terrible matchups. Like one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed playing it in the tournaments is because I never see my opponent's deck list and be like, well, just can't win here. You basically always have a shot in every game that you're playing. Which is a satisfying way to play a deck in a tournament setting. Punish for not playing second coughing out, I guess, but the rest of my hand was pretty bad, so I'll take a reroll here. God, I just can't believe that people are playing freaking red card in 2025. Like, it's actually incredible how often it's like, this is just like the textbook best possible red card people always talk about, and it's actually still just incredible for us, the person getting red carded. Like, they turned 6 cards into 3, but the 3 cards were just, like, significantly better than what we had before. It's unreal. I want to put this out, so that way if they put this up and hit me, I can Koga and then put this up. Does Lumineon Starmie have a good matchup into Pikachu? I wouldn't say it's good, but I also wouldn't say it's bad. I think it's very close and generally comes down to who has the first energy advantage. What if I Koga and clear them with Farfetch? That way we save the Weezing. That seems ideal, yeah? I don't know how I feel about red card. I've been screwed by it. So I want to highlight that. Red card is a card. The reason why it gets played is red card is a card that has a strong emotional bias in favor of playing it. What do I mean by that? Red card is an effect where when it beats you and disrupts you, that sticks out in your mind and you remember that it hurts you. Because humans have what's called negativity bias, where we remember more vividly bad things that happen as opposed to neutral or positive. So it's easier to remember the red cards that hurt you, and it's very forgettable all of the red cards that were neutral or positive that helped you. If you haven't seen it, I have a video breaking down red card math here that shows statistically how frequently red card is not useful. Loosely speaking, red card is about 50%, and obviously the situations vary, and there's examples of these situations in this specific video, but the off the cuff is red card's about 50% to do nothing, and then inside of the other 50%, it's like 50% to help your opponent and 50% to hurt them. So in a lot of common situations, it's 1 in 4 to hurt, and 1 in 4 to help, and 1 in 2 to do nothing. It's really, really mid. The fact that deck sizes are 20 cards makes it so incredibly likely the card functionally does nothing. And the best argument in favor of red card is, well, there's card advantage. I red carded my opponent when they had 4, 5, or 6 cards. Now they have less cards than that. But Pokemon Pocket isn't a game like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone, where card advantage is a thing that matters. Pokemon Pocket is not a game of 2-for-1s and attrition. Pokemon Pocket is a game where having the right cards is more important than having lots of cards. So even when your red card is card advantage and you're turning 5 or 6 cards into 3 cards, your opponent probably only had 5 or 6 cards in their hand because they were bricked. And turning a 5-card bricked hand into a new 3-card hand that's less likely to be bricked is still an upgrade for your opponent. Would red card be better if it only gave you 2 or 1 cards? Yeah, it would be objectively better. But also, I think red card is the type of effect that you really don't want to be good in a game that you're playing, and I'm happy that it's bad. It's good. It's good for Pokemon Pocket that type of effect is not good because it feels bad to play against. All of the discussion about red card being better in open deck list tournaments because it affects how your opponent plays is an example of one of those things that is technically correct. The card is less bad in an open deck list tournament. However, being less bad is very different than being good. So yes, I agree with you. Objectively, red card is less bad in an open deck list tournament. However, that's still very different from it being good in that setting. Do I want to trade these, essentially, or do I want to retreat to Pidgeotto and Giovanni to clear the Salazzle? I think I want to keep the duck alive. It hurts doing this without an X speed, though, or a leaf. When viewer deck list submissions are open, there will be a link pinned above the chat for you to submit things through with a small tip. Generally speaking, though, viewer deck submissions fill up in the first hour to hour and a half of the stream, though. We've got 4 more things waiting to be played today. Can I draw a Weezing? We've been so bad at drawing Weezing today. Unlucky. Okay, I'm gonna put Coughing here. I'm gonna put Energy here, and then if we draw Big Bird next turn, we can put that up at least. I think I put the third energy on here just so it's geared up and ready to go, because I'm not sure where I want to put the other energy at this point just yet. Again. All right, cool. We won the 50-50 on which revolutions we hit first here. That's nice. And they need a heads with a Blaine to clear Weezing next turn. I guess they could also have Ninetales with Blaine. We have 2 big birds and a research in 7 cards here. And they are a big tail whip enjoyer. By the time we draw Big Bird, chat, we're gonna have 2 of them ready to go. We can at least leak some gas here. Big Bird! Big Bird! All right, Big Bird. Big Bird finally decided to show up. I think we're good to go from here. It's a Bale Weezing out here and then clean up our last couple of knockout points. This is one of the reasons why these Blaine decks really struggle. They just like get in this spot where like they can't clear my big Pokemon and it clears everything they do in one. You just shoot through their back line with your finisher. Someone asked, Jeff, you ever been playing Marvel Snap? Did you keep up with their data mines? I did see that they decided to completely redesign the card I was most excited about to release next month in Marvel Snap. So that didn't exactly inspire confidence or thrill me to play their game again. They were gonna release a sweet new bounce card, and instead now it's just like a derpy lockjaw card or something like that. They changed the Red Wing bird that was supposed to be a new bounce card to something completely different. There's a wheezing. Can we get a coughing? Do you think Misty needs changes? I think Misty is a perfectly well-balanced card that just feels kind of crappy to play against. And no, I don't envision they'll make any changes to her anytime soon or ever. Cannot keep her, huh? Time to get quacking me things. Wheezing, Pidgey, yeah, I probably want second coughing as this last slot on my bench. Makes Koga a good bit better. And then I think this is a play Giovanni angle for the sake of making our hand smaller. It also means the Chatot dies on the back pass if they don't, if they choose to attack with it again. I don't like the Misty versus Red card comparison because Misty never gives my opponent an energy when I flip the coin poorly. You're right that it does nothing some amount of the time, but doing nothing some amount of the time is different than actively helping my opponent. They didn't forget the sleep flip, they missed it. Alright, they have lightning energy underneath here. Really hoping to draw Big Bird next turn so they're less likely to kill my Pidgeot. I won with energy on it here. Research into evolutions for both of these is our best possible draw. This is our second best possible. The fact that their dragon has damage marked on it already means that one Scattering Cyclone will be enough to clear it here, so we're in a decent spot. Is it possible for the Dragonite to win the game next turn? That's not, right? They can't KO 3 things? I guess they could put all 4 into this, and then I can't clear them on the backswing. So short of all 4 Draco Meteors landing on Pidgeot, I believe this game is done. Yeah, opponent making a small sequencing mistake by playing the Froakie out without that extra boost. Pidgeot wouldn't have been able to clear this. They technically only lose to Leaf or Koga there, but they're just assuming we have it with we're being so deep into our deck. We had some good games with that. I think I'm gonna leave this one in the deck editor. Maybe we'll revisit it tomorrow or the day after. Could be something worth throwing up a highlight with. What is our next one? Oh, our next one's a good one. So this deck list is one we brewed last week, and then someone played it to a 7-3 finish in the biggest tournament last weekend. I think I might actually play this in one of the tournaments tomorrow. This is what I had been meaning to try take a tournament run with, but then I've been on my Lumineon kick. That's your Pokemon. It is not. This is one of my Into the AM designs. Lion drawing. They do a bunch of fantastic graphical stuff over there. All right, we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause and let the Twitch ads roll. When we come back, we'll go ahead and throw this one up. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Into the AMs. Actually, they're one of my longtime sponsors. They're gonna be one of the sponsors for the upcoming Hoaglandia tournament. I've got $500 worth of gift cards from them. We're going to give out as door prizes and to top finishers. Got Into the AM on board. We've got another new sponsor that will be. Signups will be open on Friday, Scrimmage. So I've got a new sponsor locked in, plus Into the AM. We've got a small amount of cash as well. With all the sponsor goodies, I believe we have 1,500 USD worth of stuff between cash and things to give out. It'll be free to enter. I miss playing the game Magic the Gathering used to be. However, the game that I miss no longer exists. Wizards of the Coast doesn't design cards the way that they used to, and they don't manage their formats the way that I enjoyed. So, the things that I miss about Magic the Gathering, I can't go back to, even if I wanted to. You tried pre-modern. I've heard of that, and I'd probably like it, but playing TCGs casually is expensive and cumbersome. I just don't have time in my life for it. Yeah, Modern and Legacy both got functionally destroyed / reworked when they started releasing Modern Horizon sets. They're awful. Alright, Evie, I need you to put this rat in a trash can for me. As a non-Magic player, what changed so drastically? So, Magic the Gathering has what are called rotating and non-rotating formats. And their non-rotating formats have groups of cards from the last, 2 or 3 decades worth of Magic's history that you can play. And for a long time, the only way those formats of cards got new cards was through regular standard set releases. And then Wizards of the Coast realized they weren't monetizing those players meaningfully, so they started printing overpowered pushed cards that skipped standard and went right into their non-rotating formats that are Modern and Legacy. And not only were those cards explicitly and intentionally overpowered for the sake of selling packs, they also went into booster packs that cost between $7 and $12 a booster pack instead of $4 a booster pack. So they took the power level and ratcheted it all the way up for the sake of monetizing people that played the formats that I enjoyed playing. Yes, it's very similar how they've been monetizing Commander players as well in recent years, yes. Very, very good direct comparison. This matchup's probably kind of mid for us in general. It is definitely bad with the start that we had here. All right, go ahead and slide next. You think Venusaur could ever be good? I think the texture of Pokemon Pocket's good decks would have to be fairly different for Venusaur to be good. Our current Venusaur's design is good in a metagame where... The current Venusaur's design is good in a metagame where people aren't blasting you for big amounts every turn, and basically all of the good decks are blasting you with big amounts every turn. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Drew. Glad to be your workplace company. We have 2 Giovannis in our deck that can clear the Celebi next turn if we draw either of them. What are your thoughts on Wigglytuff in the current meta? You know, we actually played Wigglytuff Executor EX recently, and I think it's really solid. It'll be one of the highlights later this week for sure. I think in that particular shell, it's a fine finisher after Executor still. Zappy Kick here. And that this makes them have Erica or Potion, and if they do, I could still draw Giovanni to clean house. Yeah, the Executor Wiggly deck, I think, is the best Gyarados matchup I've ever had without explicitly attacking their bench or being able to clear Gyarados in one like with Charizard. How do you manage to not get tilted when losing to a high roll a few times in a row? I used to spend hundreds or sometimes thousands of dollars to fly across the country to lose round 1 in a tournament to missing my 3rd land drop on 3 in game 3. Losing to a bad beat a couple of times in a row from the comfort of my basement while I make a good living playing games on the internet doesn't even remotely scratch the top 10 things that suck that happened to me during card game variants. It's very much a just, well, it is what it is type thing, and you roll with the punches and go next. The quickness of the matches definitely helps too. I agree with that. Being able to play a lot of fast matches in quick succession blunts the impact as well. I've lost implicit coin flips for 5 figures worth of money in trading card games. All of these pocket matches and everything else is largely inconsequential on the in-between. Yep, esports EV, take the wheel. I need 3 heads, girl. Let's go! I-O do 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 do. I personally can't think of a more deserving or just opponent to experience that than someone playing Celebi. Truly, truly Celebi gamers deserve to be one-shot by esports EV. They all flip down here, Georgie. And when you're down here, you'll flip too. The problem here is they're totally going to switch to Celebi next turn. Is it ever Zeb Strika the Celebi? The problem with Zeb striking the Celebi is it doesn't force them to switch. I could also just win the game hitting a bunch of heads here, so let's just do that. Let's just do that. It's fine. Our EV, this character runs hot, right? We'll get some more heads here. Ooh, unlucky. Clearly unlucky. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna draw Giovanni next turn, and then we'll hit 3 heads and clear the Celebi. I just need you all to believe, okay? This attack didn't matter. If we weren't hitting 3, 0 and 3 are the same number here. One in 3 to draw Giovanni, and then 100% to flip 3 heads. I've seen the future, and this is how it plays out. Hit me, dealer. Unlucky. That's fine. We go 4-0 here every time, yes. Am I supposed to retreat to the Mew because they're unlikely to clear the Mew, and then I hit the Giovanni, and then we hit 3 heads next turn? I think that's more likely than hitting 4 heads here, right? Them getting 2, and then us getting the Giovanni and hitting 3. We do get got by a Sabrina here, is noteworthy. And these decks do often have room for 1 to 2 Sabrina, although with this many, with the full stage 2 lines, maybe not. And you see the tension in this game that the coin flips create? This is why these cards flip coins instead of doing static damage. The fact that you have to think about percentage plays instead of it just being like deterministic, we're dead or we're not, is a big deal. Oh man. Okay, now we gotta YOLO it. Now we gotta go for all 4. Oh man, what a tease to start. That's fine. They could go 1 in 5 here, yeah? Assuredly every time they go 1 in 5? Oh no! Got me. No, that's what I needed my Jolteon to do, gamer. Celebi showing us how it's done. How embarrassing. What are the best fire bonds aside Charizard to complement Moltres? Arcanine and Volcarona are the other two having tournament success. There's also a Blaine build of Moltres that I think is alright. It plays Ninetales and Mythical Island Rapidash. One had a couple of results, but none enough to know whether or not it's consistent yet. If you're interested in the Volcarona Moltres build, you should check out the meta report this week. We talked about what was going on there. All right, Misty, do we get to play a game? Or are we done here? We get to play a game? That's exciting. Those are not the draws we're looking for against a potential red card deck here. Really wanted Eevee to tee up the Jolteon. At least Blitzel does its best far-fetched impersonation against Articuno. Oh, Articuno Gyarados. I wonder if they're on the... the what's it called build? The Vaporeon build. The Zappy Kick shall continue until morale improves. Oh, you know what? Was I supposed to Giovanni there? Because then second Giovanni was lethal next turn? Maybe? They might just be leafing this out this turn, though, too. And it doesn't matter. I am playing in the nude tournament, Pocket League number 8. Whatever that is. Would you consider coaching gigs for Pocket? So, the amount I would have to charge for coaching in order for coaching to be worthwhile over making content is not an amount I would feel comfortable charging people. And trying to do coaching while live streaming is sketchy because you don't want people you don't really know having voice privileges on your live stream. That Blizzard helping them hit a breakpoint here is a big deal. Need a little bit of a high roll on Jolteon to have a shot here, most likely. That'll do, Pig. Light him up. Howdy, Jerry. A tournament starts in about 40 minutes, which reminds me I should probably click the check-in button. Oh, check-in's not open yet. Might be a half hour before. It's one of the reasons I play Jolteon. It's typically a consistent card, but sometimes you hit those high rolls and it's so good. Most of the tournaments are free to enter, man. This will be probably a bigger one. What's the player cap on this one? I have, caps at 180, it looks like. This deck's really solid. I don't think it's gonna like take over the format by any means, but it's super competitive. It posted a 7-3 result in one of the big weekend tournaments last weekend. My tournament will be hosted on Limitless. Sign-ups will go up on Friday. Is the plan. You just got... Oh, I can share the logo on stream. I just got the logo back from my graphics designer. So I gotta put together some other promotional stuff with the sponsors. That turned out real good. It's an updated variation of the one I used to use years ago for Magic, with the little cowboy hat in there for Spraggles on his logo. Happy with the way it cleaned up. There's so much Articuno cheese in the random queues compared to the tournaments. And this is, people talk about wanting ladders all the time in this game. But I think truly people asking for ladder gameplay don't understand what they're requesting in Pokemon Pocket. Like if this game had a ladder, it would literally just be the Misty gameplay matches simulator. Because the Misty deck's not top tier, but it's good enough to win enough matches and it wins or loses quickly enough that it would almost assuredly be the optimal thing to do on the ladder. Because remember, ladders aren't about winning more, they're about winning quickly. So a deck with a 52% win rate that wins games in 2 minutes is better than a deck with a 56% win rate that wins games in 10 minutes. I'm new to how you run tournaments. Will you stream them while hosting? Yeah, so a hard and fast requirement for the tournament that I am running is that you are going to be obligated to be able to share your screen upon request. Because Spraggles and I will be doing commentary over the top of tournament matches for the course of the tournament. So the tournament will be free to enter, but your obligation as a competitor is that you have a cell phone or a PC that's capable of screen sharing Pocket. If we say, hey, you're a feature match, you need to screen share. And any modern Android or iOS device is capable of doing that. You just join a Discord channel and start sharing your screen. You put your device on Do Not Disturb mode, so notifications don't pop up while you're sharing. And it's easy. It's just, if your phone's really old, you're going to want to double check if it's fast enough to do that. And you'll need to make sure you have a stable internet connection. ZXCV, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Yes, we'll be doing the screen sharing over Discord. How long do you anticipate the tournament running? I imagine it'll be somewhere between 8 to 10 hours start to finish. Well, that's a misty. So the game plan here is Zeb Strika this, and then Jolteon finishes. Yeah, I'm gonna play the Lumineon deck one more time today. I'm addicted to the bluefish. I think we're gonna play a different deck tomorrow. I'm gonna give Louis Dion one more shot. No Sabrina is nice, because it means they can't push this to the bench and kill it with the splash damage. Alright, we need 2 coins out of 4 for Jolteon to clear this Articuno. Then they're gonna be in trouble. Two or more. Cleans them up. Oh no! So the bigger deal about this is that we can't clear this before this gets set up now. So if we would have cleared this turn, this wouldn't have enough energy to kill us on the backswing. But now they get to clear this, and then this can clear this, but then this is ready to go to finish the Zebstrika. So we are unfortunately dead here after we brick on that 66% or whatever it is. The reward for playing Pokemon Pocket isn't enough for me. A ranked ladder wouldn't give you more rewards. I think that's the biggest confusion that a lot of people have. A ranked ladder in Pokemon Pocket wouldn't magically mean you get a bunch of free stuff. If they added a ranked ladder to Pocket, what would almost assuredly happen is the free rewards that you currently get from the PvP events would just be moved to different tiers on the ranked ladder. I long for the days when we used to play games because intrinsically they generated joy and we had fun playing them, and not because the games were manipulatively and psychologically abusive and put us on a hamster wheel and made us feel like we had to play. I hope more games become like Pokemon Pocket and encourage you to play for fun, rather than Pokemon Pocket becoming like all the other manipulative, abusive games and making me play games when I don't feel like it. It is incredibly refreshing in 2025 to have a game where I can play when I enjoy it, and when I'm either not having fun or I don't have time because of other life obligations, I don't feel like I'm getting behind because I can't grind an hour every day. It's great that, like, if I'm busy on the weekend with family activities, clearing my Pocket dailies is opening the client, opening 2 packs, and then logging out after I collect the stuff. Pincer gaming, eh? You could still play for fun with the rank mode. That's not how the psychological manipulation works. Not at all. When you add a carrot on a stick, you make players feel forced to engage with the system, and when they can't hit the tiers that they need to hit in the system, they burn out. So just being like, well, just don't be psychologically manipulated by the psychologically manipulated and abusive system. It's just like, that's not how this works, gamer. You ever thought about being built different? Yeah, exactly. I think people are looking for more to do in the game than open packs. You're right. People want to feel obligated to do things, and in 2025, they don't understand the concept of playing a game for fun. They've been so beaten down and abused and manipulated by modern game systems. The concept that they could play a game because they enjoy it rather than play a game because there's a carrot at the end of the stick is completely foreign to them. And finally hit heads when it doesn't matter. It's a bad beat. All right, so we'll Zeb striking to clear this. Then we've got Taurus with Giovanni queued up to clear the Celebi in the back here, ideally. One of the things people don't understand about system designs in mobile games is you can't just put a bunch of stuff in everywhere that you can grind to get for free, because most players, when they can't achieve all of the free rewards, they don't say, I'm just not going to get this and I'm going to ignore these parts. Internally, what it feels like is, I can't keep up in this game and I'm gonna stop playing because I can't keep up. That's what happens. So a lot of people like to talk like, oh, you could just put more free rewards and more free rewards and more options to grind longer as a strict upgrade for everyone. But that's not how people engage with these systems and how it plays out in reality. When you hit a point where you can't do everything, people check out and stop playing altogether. Crockett, thank you for the 61 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the over 5 years. I think the current PvP events Pokemon Pocket has, where you can play for a nominal cosmetic and just you participate a little bit to get the hourglasses, is such a phenomenal way for them to structure PvP in their game. It gives you sporadically things for players to play towards for a cosmetic if they want an extra incentive to play the game, but it also makes it so people who want to be free to play optimal to collect resources have to engage with the systems a very minimal amount, leading to way less burnout and pressure. And I see people talking about Marvel Snap and Duel Links. It's really not just Marvel Snap and Duel Links. That is, what I am describing is very much not limited to a single game. And that's why it's incredibly refreshing to experience Pocket for what it is in this current landscape. It's Hearthstone, it's Magic Arena, it's Marvel Snap, it's Duel Links, it's Raid Shadow Legends, it's most of these hero collectors. And don't get me wrong, like, I like the gameplay in a lot of these games. I've enjoyed playing a lot of the games I just listed, but the systems absolutely get tedious and cause burnout. Wait, they have water energy? Oh. I'm just gonna give my opponent a freebie. I don't want it. They're just like, if they're gonna sit here and play their next up function, they forgot to. The Ralph Wiggum deck editor caught him with their Drudagon pants down. Classic I'm helping deck editor. As an anecdotal story, I talk about playing Genshin Impact on occasion. I had been a daily Genshin Impact player for over 2 years, and I was kind of getting burnt out on their daily stuff over there, and then they actually implemented a new system that makes it easier and cleaner to clear all your daily stuff in just a couple of minutes if you need to, very similar to Pocket, and it's what kept me playing their game. I don't think I'd still be playing Genshin and spending money on it periodically today if they hadn't made their systems less predatory. And they weren't even that bad to begin with. As someone who's a former endgame Raid Shadow Legends player, like some of those games like that and Marvel Strike Force, they're on a whole different level in terms of how much they manipulate you. And how many chores they expect you to do. I'm gonna play the other Blitzel out, because if I get my Tauros subredded up, it'd be real bad. Raid Shadow Legends is the devil. I don't know that I'd go that far. I think Raid Shadow Legends is a very reasonable hero collector game that has a fun character building system in it. It's just got a lot of systems that expect you to spend a lot of time engaging with them. Like once you hit endgame status in Raid Shadow Legends, it's like 2 hours of chores per day. It's a lot. I think I'm gonna X-speed the Zebstrika out here, so that way, Executor with heads doesn't clear this. I actually don't know how we're gonna beat a Beedrill here. Without a Jolteon queued up, I think we're in a lot of trouble. We forget to put Eevee in the deck, asking the real questions. There's Esports Eevee. Brand new set says I don't think we could beat a Beedrill. I mean, Beedrill, when it has time to set up, is really solid. Think it'll be ever a good idea to make a deck without Professor Research and Pokeball? No. This game is very clearly designed for those to be cards that you put in all your decks. Balanced around the idea that they are auto-includes. But can anything replace them eventually? So I think it would be very difficult for them to design a card that would replace Pokeball and Research as opposed to be playing in addition to them. Like, given the option, you would play 4 copies of Professor Research in a deck because your draws are just so much more consistent when you have it versus not. And I really hope they are incredibly sparing with adding more search type effects like those into the game. Because it's very easy. I don't think it's problematic for Pokeball and Research to go in every deck and for you effectively to have 16 deck slots when it's designed like that. But if every deck had like 8 auto-include traders or 10 auto-include traders, then I think you start to get in the, oh, this is probably problematic space. Yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't had an Oak Full Art yet. Alright, so the line here is put Mew up, have it survive, top deck Giovanni, X speed plus Giovanni clears the Celebi. We've been really bad at drawing our 2 copies of Geo so far today. I got 2 of those in 4 cards here. Do we Sabrina? No, because I kind of want the Celebi to be in the active spot here. And if I Sabrina them, it might not be. I know this gives them a chance to win the game on the spot, but it's like unlikely. And if it happens, it happens. But I think leaving the Celebi up's our highest probability to win the game. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Our tournament is theoretically starting in 20 minutes, assuming this check-in opens on time. We're going to play some other viewer decks in between now and then. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on the YouTube side, enjoying the vibes. Consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It's a free little bit of engagement that helps you support what I do here. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab some lunch real quick. Be right back. I'll run a short break. Too many chairs, not enough space. Still made it back under the 2-minute mark. Look at that. Got sidetrack carrying in packages for my wife on my way up to grab lunch. Alright, let's move along to our next viewer pile of cards. Put this last night. What is this doing? Behem, Farfetch'd, Mew, Tauros. It's a neat little aggressive shell. I have for lunch today some leftover grilled cheese from last night. Made sandwiches that the kids didn't want. It's lunch the next day for me. You know, against a fighting energy, I think I actually don't put Tauros on the bench here. Yeah, they're a Golem gamer. They're Machamp. Maybe I do want Tauros. Not attacking this turn because Behem does 20 for each bench Pokemon. So once we evolve this next turn, it'll do 50 and 50 real clean. We put Farfetch'd on the bench, that way if they Sabrina us, we can X-Speed back out of it. We'll be in a little bit of trouble against Machamp EX on curve. If I draw running Giovanni's, I do 130 followed by 50. It's a shame I don't have another Behem to set up. If I did, we'd be in an okay spot. Which packs are best to open? Kind of depends on which cards you're interested in playing, but a general best pack breakdown is here. That video doesn't talk about Mythic Island, but I think Mythic Island's probably not an ideal first one to open, so deciding between the ones that already exist is where you should be. I think not drawing the basic for this and not drawing Geo means we're just dead here. I can crack them down to 60, but then I have no clear way to end the game next turn after it, right? Yeah. Chris, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Could have held on for a Geo draw. No, Tauros only does 120, which puts Machamp to 60. So Geo plus Farfetch is not enough. I needed running Geo draws to deal 130 into 50. All right, I would like one of my 2 Giovannis to scramble this egg, please. I guess Jinx isn't going to be very useful here. Yeah, our 2 Geos have been in our bottom 4 cards almost every match we played today, it's sad. So I think I'm gonna Sabrina them and then take a knockout with Behem on a full health thing. Probably the other egg, but I think that's fine. I don't want to give them a free knockout point by leaving this one up, basically. If you don't have a playable deck that you want to play with yet, I would probably recommend against opening Mythical Island packs for the time being. Mythical Island, other than the Celebi deck, is mostly support cards, and even the Celebi deck in the Mythical Island packs is largely, the Celebi deck in the Mythical Island packs needs Executor from the Charizard pack still. I feel Behem is just worse Primate. I feel like toothpaste is generally worse chocolate chip cookies, but, you know, to each their own. Alright, so if I hit them to 120, Jinx deals 90. Thinking about Pidgeotty. Actually, I don't have any knockout points here, so it might be okay as of yet. One of the #1 things you can do to improve as a player and deck builder in games like Pokemon Pocket is stop drawing strictly better, strictly worse comparison between things that aren't remotely comparable, is the purpose of this joke. Too often, players make very silly comparisons like Behem is worse Primeape when these cards are not remotely similar because they're different types of Pokemon. So they're both stage 1s, they both attack for 1 energy, but they go in very different decks. Hey, Oni, glad to have you along for the pocket ride. I appreciate the 1.5 years. 2 turns off of attacking with this, which gives us time to build up Tauros in the back, which with Giovanni can clear this out. So I think we're in a good spot now. Let's have our 3rd knockout point here. Make some awkwardness in their draw. No Executors early and no Big Bird. That was a little too late. All right, so theoretically our tournament round is supposed to start in 5 minutes. But the tournament organizer hasn't opened check-in for the event yet on Limitless, so... And they're not answering people pinging them in their Discord server, so... Might be up in the air / scuffed on if this is starting on timer at all. We'll see in 5 minutes, I suppose. This is one of my Into the AM shirts. One of my longtime sponsors who makes a lot of great stuff. They're actually going to be one of the sponsors for the upcoming Hoaglandia tournament as well. We're going to have 500 USD worth of Into the AM gift cards in our prize pool for the competitors. Among other things. Got about 1,500 USD worth of product and cash at a minimum. We'll be giving out in the first Hoaglandia Spraggles tournament on February 1st. Signups for that will open on Friday. Ready to get quacking here. Not playing Tauros out in a Dragonite matchup. Probably has no text. Dragonite. Jolteon, maybe? No lightning energy insight for them if it is. The duck lives to see another turn. I think we're supposed to do this. Greetings from YouTube. Reminder to smash the like button over there if you're lurking. Thank you for the 23 months of Prime, Death and Crows. Speaking of Prime, I'd like to give a shout out for that as well. If you're someone who's found yourself enjoying my Pokemon Pocket content, and you want to help me be able to do this as my full-time job and content focus, and you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free Prime sub every single month on twitch.tv. Takes a couple of real dollary dues out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and puts them into mine. It helps me be able to do what I do here every single day. Appreciate the folks that take a couple of minutes to hook that up and then drop it off every month. The potion means I can't Giovanni for this knockout, unfortunately, but that's fine. And this is a turn behind with just finding the basic this turn. If they put the energy on the Jolteon, they're going to be super far off of attacking with Dragonite. And then potioning here leaves them dead to the Behem still, so seems like a bad spot for them all around. Low roll, but the duck still goes down. Yeah, it is also dead on board to Jinx too. Is a good shout. Ideally, I want to leave Jinx up to switch him when they put what's his name up though. I'll have time to have my cake and eat it too, right? There's still 3 energies off of this working, so we'll put an energy on the Behem and then still be able to charge us up in time, I think. Crack him for 30 here. And then next turn, Jinx is Psychicking for 90. I suppose not putting the Jinx up means they can evolve into Dragonite to avoid getting knocked out by the Jinx, so maybe I'm supposed to Jinx and force them to Tail Smack me. On your casting career, who's the one you've had the most fun casting with? I think it would be reasonable to single out one single person. I've worked with a lot of talented folks over the years. Yeah, it looks like check it open for the tournament. We'll see. Tournament says about to start, so I assume it's going to take a minute since they just opened the check-in. Yeah, Puto was just kind of playing on autopilot there. Some slops for sure. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and roll a Twitch ad now, so that way it doesn't happen during the middle of the round. Check-in's open, so we'll hopefully have a tournament game here before long. We'll play more with this Behem deck in between rounds. I've registered the Lumi Neon deck for one more event. We'll play something different tomorrow, I promise, but I'm gonna continue on my blue cards kick today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Tournament round soon, TM. How was yesterday's tournament with the deck? We went 4-1, undefeated in the Swiss, and then we lost in the quarterfinals. Made the top 8. Hopefully we had a lot of good, fun games. I feel like I learned something from my loss, so hopefully we can execute on that and have it be actionable this afternoon. Matchups you hope to avoid and matchups you hope to get. The Gyarados Greninja deck's a very good matchup for us. We would love to play that one all day. I I don't know if there's any matchups you're strictly hoping to avoid. I think among the semi-popular decks, the Aerodactyl matchup's probably your hardest because its flavor text can be really disruptive, preventing you from evolving. But one of the reasons why I really like this deck is I don't think you lose any games at the loading screen. Did you wonder pick those full art trainers, or did you open them? I opened all the ones that are on your screen right now. I think this list is a ton of fun, and I feel competitive in basically every game that I play, but I also think it's the most skill-testing deck I've ever played in Pocket that feels competitive. You have a ton of micro decisions every single game, and it's really easy to mess them up and not do anything. Yeah, the Fighting Box deck with Tauros and, well, I guess the Aerodactyl builds aren't playing Tauros. Tauros isn't that scary, because it takes so long to set up. I think Aerodactyl's harder out of the Fighting Box decks than Tauros is. What are the big decision points with this deck? How you're retreating, where your energy allocation is going, which Pokemon you're leading on, when to use your Giovannis to hit breakpoints early so that way you're Lumineon. One of the things that's not intuitive with this deck is you need to use Giovanni proactively a lot of the time because you can't use Giovanni to boost Lumineon shots. So you need to be thinking about your Lumineon deal 50s early when you're Giovanni and thinking about how your opponent could be retreating. Another really common one is using your Lumineons proactively to chew up bigger things in the back line so they get down to 100 or less, so Starmie can clear them in one when they get to the active spot. I get the tournament organizer like 2 more minutes before I queue a random match. I'm playing the Drudagon Tauros Pidgeot deck. I've toyed with swapping the Pidgeot line for Wigglytuff. Have you tried something like that? Yeah, it's okay. The problem with Wigglytuff over Pidgeot or Blastoise is that you don't have any characters that can live through a side drive, which makes your Mewtwo matchup a good bit harder. What do you think are the bad? I don't think you have any polarizingly bad matchups. I think you have a bunch of like 45, 55% matchups, and you auto-dunk Gyarados. I think Mewtwo's probably a 45%er. I think Pikachu and Celebi honestly feel like whoever has first energy advantage typically wins, but Misty helps with that a little bit, so I would bet this deck's a little favored into those two if you play it well. I think it's incredibly unlikely they make the deck slots bigger. I think the 10 extra slots in the deck editor are just so you can overfill and then pull them back out after for convenience sake. I would be shocked if they ever made decks larger in this game. That's not usually something games change from a core design perspective. What do you think about the trainer Blue in this deck? I don't think Blue fixes any meaningful breakpoints in the common matchups, and I don't think I have open slots for it. If I was going to play another utility card in this deck, second Sabrina would be it, or second X-Speed, and you just don't have room for those. I'm pretty happy with these 20 cards. I wouldn't make any changes. I was back and forth, and if I wanted a second Farfetch'd in this deck, and after playing the Mewtwo matchup, I'm pretty confident you want 2 Farfetch'd. That card is really important there. Sabrina wins me more Edge to Blood. Yeah, I think the only decks right now I would probably consider playing blue in are Mewtwo and Melmetal if you're playing that. But even Melmetal, I don't know that it makes the cut. Mewtwo wants it for the mirror match and for opposing copies of Mew for sure, though. I'm theoretically playing in Pocket League number 8, but they opened up check-in late, so I think they're giving people a minute to get checked in. I don't know what you call this deck, but I've been calling it Duck Duck Fish. I think I have it in my editor as Blue Tempo. Yeah, Blue Tempo. It definitely has big Delver of Secret vibes. Or like Blue Black Pirates, if you played that in old Magic formats. For my old hats. Blue deck wins. It's definitely one of the more aggressive decks I've played between Farfetch'd and Starmie. And get cracking quite quick. So the problem with blue in Melmetal to prevent Gyarados plus Giovanni is it doesn't help you against Drudigon or Greninja-tron, so I think that's not good enough there. All right, I'm gonna hop into a random queue match that we may or may not be able to finish. So I don't want to just sit here looking at the loading screen for an eternity. Oh, it's as soon as I clicked it, the round fired. All right. Speak of the devil and he will appear. We actually queued into Melmetal for the first round of the tournament. We'll see if I assume our opponent is here. Yeah, they checked in. Cool. As always, we'll be paying a little bit less attention to chat during the tournament rounds. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. So our opponent this round is, they're Hoaglandian Fun. They are playing a neat build on Melmetal. They have the 2 Drudigon for stalling, but they have 1 Mew EX and 1 Farfetch'd as their 5th and 6th basics. They have 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 2 X Speed, 2 Potion, 2 Leaf. I would love to lead on Farfetch'd, I think. No red card to speak of, so I'm gonna chill here. They have the Drudigon opener, which makes me prefer Phidian as my first energy for the turn. We have our X speed teed up here, so ideally we find our Lumi Neon here quickly. They're on only metal energy, one would assume. We have 2 Lumi Neons and 2 Research and 13 cards here. Giovanni's a nice draw, because it means I get to put the Starmie up next turn and then clear in 1. Lack of Lumi Neon is sad, but X Speed plus Giovanni plus Starmie is our next best possible here. Two Lumi Neon and 2 Research and 11 cards. The second Drudigon here is a little annoying. I have Sabrina though, which is nice. Opponent is notably not playing any other 100 hit point things, so the Sabrina is going to either clear a Melmetal or hit a Mew next turn. We are 2 turns off attacking with this, which is nice. Opponent has 2 potions, notably, in their deck. Notable here that Hard Coat applies to all attacks, meaning this only takes 30 when I'm cracking it from my, what's it called in the active. This does 70. We could see them leaf into Mew and then crack us for 90, but then I get to retreat back to Farfetch'd and hit them for 40. Oh, they have one of their X speeds as well. Okay, that's pretty good. Lets them save their energy. Oh, that's interesting. I was expecting them to put Mew up here. They're just building that. Okay. Really need a Lumineon. Perfect. Ask and you shall receive. You have 2 copies of Potion, and again, this is only hitting for 30 here. They have 1 Leaf and 1 X speed left. This is something I was talking about earlier. At this point, I want to put 50 damage into the Mew because I want to make it so they can't switch the Mew up without me threatening to clear it in a single hit with Starmie EX. So they have 1 more potion, but I have 1 more Giovanni that they have to be worried about. Hey Blaze, thanks for the bits. Hope you had a good stream yesterday. So if they put Melmetal up and clear my Lumineon, Starmie clears the Melmetal even if they potion it, because I'm dealing 70, and it's at 50. This is the thing Lumineon does in these matchups, is it puts them into the spot where they can't just sit back and set up. A decider here could definitely be if they have potion for this, and I don't find the Geo in time. I think we just ducked them back. Their Mew can't clear this, because the Genome Hacking only does 40. If their Melmetal comes up, we clear the Melmetal even through a potion. Their deck is almost empty, so we can assume they have all of their cards. My deck still has 7 cards in it because I haven't drawn... I drew 1 Pokeball and no research. Definitely a hard to navigate position here. A lot of back and forth and choices on both sides. Happy to give this up if you want it. That is their one and only copy of Sabrina. I think we're done from here. I don't know that they had lines to navigate. So that's their first point. My Starmie clears this, and then because I'm at 110, they can't clear me back. Giovanni only gets them to 100. They would have needed like a second Melmetal in the back setup, and while they set that up, our Lumineon would have run them down. Oh, I suppose if I don't have my Giovanni, they're guaranteed to have their potion here. Oh, but my my Lumineon clears the duck. Yeah, so we're fine. Potion doesn't save. Potion saves the Mew from dying to the Starmie, but it doesn't save the duck from the Lumineon. So I don't need the Giovanni. They're dead on board. Because I have 2 points. Close game. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, this matchup seems like it's probably hard for my opponent at the surface level, and I both had first energy advantage and a pretty reasonable draw. Yeah, Lumineon lets you attack these Drudagon decks from a very unique angle. We have first energy advantage again. I think I lead Farfetch'd, because if they have their Farfetch plus 1 Giovanni, my Staryu gets in trouble here. What's my lose condition? Should I play around it? Can I play around it? Let's play around it. And they can't Sabrina me and Giovanni me. So if they want to Sabrina up the Staryu and hit it, I'm not playing this other one out yet because I might want my bench to be like second Starmie plus Lumineon. Opponent's deck has 2 copies of Leaf and 2 copies of X-Speed. They only have 8 Pokemon, so they have a lot of utility cards. They go second energy, I go Starmie, clear, they go third energy. I pivot back to the Farfetch. We are in a not great spot here. The lack of Lumineon and them having double Drudagon makes it tough. So if they don't play out another bench, we can Sabrina them, and then Duck can clear. If I just Giovanni them and take the knockout. And then I lose to Melmetal plus another bench. The problem with Sabrina is I Sabrina them, and then my Duck clears their Duck, and then I don't know how I beat the Melmetal from there. I think the line is Giovanni this turn, and then hope they don't have another basic or hope they don't have Melmetal. If they're missing Melmetal, the game is over regardless. But if they have Melmetal and no basic, we could be in it still. If they have Melmetal and a basic, God, research hurts. Us drawing second Starmie could maybe get us out of it, but it'll lose to their Sabrina. Alright, there's the Melmetal. Do you have your... They have 6 basics. They've had 4 of them already. Yep. If I draw second Starmie organically, we win the game because it's not Mew. But I need second Starmie off the top 1 and 11. They're Drudagons, letting them get that knockout there, big deal. Okay, if I hit Starmie, we're not dead on board, but we are dead to their 1 Geo or their 1 Sabrina. So. Okay, pretty happy with my lines that game. Sometimes you just don't got it. There's a good chance we died, even if we found it there anyways. I needed my professor's research to happen a lot sooner. Alright, let's get a good game 3, huh? If you're enjoying the tournament games or watching on YouTube, tap the like button on the live stream. Help some more people find us this afternoon. They have first energy advantage. That's a big deal. I have Finian and I have Research and Ball, so average variance, this is a good start for us. for a Misty, a Staryu, and a Lumineon. Pokeballs, do they have research as well? Them having first energy advantage means it might be important that we draw Misty. They might also X-Speed or Leaf and Amass with this turn. No Amass here is really good for us. There are 2 turns off of attacking with this. Which means we should be able to do enough damage to it that it gets cleared by Starmie. Yeah, the way these early turns it broke down with our draw, I feel like we're in a pretty commanding position here. Almost feels like they need to retreat and Amass with the new one. Why is Sabrina in the deck if you hit the back line? Hitting the back line's actually more of a reason to play Sabrina. I've played 2 copies of it in this deck before, and the reason why Sabrina is good when you're attacking their back line is this can only hit the back line. So occasionally they're going to move something into the active spot, and you want to be able to hit it for 50 still. Be big heads. With that miss, I kind of want to far-fetch the Meltan. I think is the play. I can't Geo here, which is unfortunate, but I think this is right. This means if they evolve into Melmetal, they can't Amass this turn. and then I get to put an energy on here. I'd really like another basic to be able to insulate these two against Sabrina. So I'd like to draw another Farfetch Staryu or whatever else. Staryu would be ideal since I have another Starmie, but... Shame, I think we won the game on the spot if we hit with that Misty. I think we're still maybe ahead here, but there's gonna be some maneuvering. If I make a mistake, we could get caught. Our hand is very fancy, that's true. Oh wow, they didn't have any of their free retreat cards here. And they don't have a Melmetal. Wow, that's terrible for them. I think we're super done at this point. All of my plays with the games being close involved the opponent having a decent draw here, but they definitely do not. Even if they draw Melmetal next turn, we're gonna put enough damage on this with the Lumineon that Starmie's gonna come in and clean house. So they have two copies of Potion in their deck, but Potion puts them effectively to. Okay, they maybe have a window. No, I guess they have 0 knockout points, so we're probably done. So I put them to 50, and then they can go up to 90, and then Starmie still can't clear it if they have double Potion. But they're gonna need Leaf this turn. And I can't Geo, because Geo doesn't do anything when you're hitting the bench. Is there a reason to play the Starmie out? I don't think so. So double Potion Leaf lets them put the Melmetal up and attack me, and Staryu doesn't clear it on the backswing. I'm gonna put one more point into this Melmetal here. And the reason for this is straightforward. I want them to not be able to double Potion it out of Starmie range. And then next turn, we'll put an Aqualiner into the Mew, so it's also in Starmie range. Giving this hit means even if this goes to 60, Starmie still clears it 1. And then we'll Aqualiner, because knocking this out doesn't win me the game. Yeah, and if they put Mew into the active slot so I can't Lumini on it, the Farfetch bonks it. Our free retreat cost, making it so like everything's at our active spot all at once essentially with no cost to us. And if they like XP, or if they like Leaf, put up Farfetch, crack us for 40, the Starmie clears the Farfetched. No, that could lose us the game, yeah. Oh, did they run out of time there? I think they ran out of time. I think they ran out of time. I think they were in trouble regardless, but they were gonna put the Farfetched up. All right, coolio. We got 10 minutes until The next tournament round fire. Should we take a look at the metagame of what we're playing today real quick here? Not a lot of Gyarados Greninja today, which is sad. That's what we really want to play into. I honestly would. I kind of want to play the Mewtwo matchup out some more and get more experience in it. Charizard's decent for us. Greninja's decent for us. Pikachu and Celebi are close, and Mewtwo feels close as well. Hey, we've got 3 other Lumineon enjoyers in the tournament. Look at that. We're in the top 10 most played things. I believe, gamers. Oh, for gamers who weren't here earlier, my graphics designer just got back to me with this. If you haven't heard me talk about it, Spraggles and I are going to be hosting an open tournament on February 1st. Signups are going to open on Friday for that. It's going to be free to enter. I've got $1,500 worth of stuff and some cash to give away to people who are top placers and some door prizes in the tournament, so save the date if you want to play some Pocket after the next set drops. Let's go ahead and tap our ad roll now, and then we'll play a match or two in between with our viewer deck that we're working on. I got a few more of those to get through today. We're gonna be playing some BHM stuff in between rounds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, the tournament round banner blocks sub notifications. I should definitely put that underneath. Good call. This one. Thank you. Good call out. Yeah, signups will open on the 17th in 2 days. Is the plan. The description says full-time Marvel Snap. Does it? Let's fix that. It says full-time Pokemon Pocket and Marvel Snap streamer. Full-time content creator. We'll future-proof it. If you get a chance, guys, see the last deck that you're playing. I've posted lots of highlights with the Lumineon deck, talking about it over on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. Just check that out if you want to grab the exact deck list. I'm going to hop into a game with this one for now. Had a highlight with the tournament we top 8'd yesterday with it, go up this morning. I was also in the Monday Decks Roundup as a new deck. Hey, nice, Div. It's a lot of basics. Play more basics, gamers. Basic Pokemon are great. Against starting Fighting Energy, I'm going to wait to play Tauros out, because a lot of the Fighting Box decks don't have a lot of EXs in them. Oh, Aerodactyl can prevent our evolution. Although with Psychic Weakness here, we're into our best far-fetched impersonation on Helium here. Clobopus Enjoyer. There's a Pokemon Pocket card if I ever saw one. Against potentially double Aerodactyl, probably start charging up the Tauros. It goes down in 1 to Aerodactyl, but it also cracks it for 120, which is a good chunk. Lot of fossil birds, gamers. They don't have an X speed or something. They have to choose between putting energy on one of their backline and giving up the Mars Shadow. Ocean, sure. Before anybody asks, I'm not evolving into Behem because that's not an option. We leaf back here at least. Behem actually lines up kind of sick into the Aerodactyls, huh? We deal 50 to 70 to them, and they only deal 80 to us. So this thing's 2 energy away from attacking us. I think I'm gonna give up the duck as a knockout. And then this going to 90 means that genome hacking is actually lethal on it next turn because of their psychic weakness. Sabrina tempo. No, I think I want to just mark damage on Grapple Lock. Oh, did they not knock out the duck? I mean, that's good. That's great for me. We take those, dealer. All right. They did that. And I've been there before. They did the thing where they like, and in their mind, they already had the energy, and then they dragged it to the wrong thing. Oh, we've all been there. If you haven't done that at least once, you haven't played enough Pokemon Pocket. One of the things I always like to point out when a mistake like that happens, one, an undo energy button would be great. That would be a welcome feature. But two, you know, it's easy to forget how often people are doing multiple things at the same time, right? Like, you think about your own Pokemon Pocket playing and ask yourself the question, how often am I playing Pokemon Pocket and Pokemon Pocket has my full undivided attention? I bet the answer to that question is not very often. What happens if you have no basic Pokemon in your initial draw? You're guaranteed to have a basic in your opener through the digital automation magic. The answer to the question, is Jeff currently playing in a tournament, can always be answered by looking at the stream title when you come in. And then you can answer the question, is Jeff currently playing in a tournament round? If the answer is we're playing in a tournament, by asking yourself, is the tournament round banner visible on the overlay? Speaking of, gotta end this one a little bit early. Apologies, opponent. We have a match to play. Like we're playing against the Fighting Box deck. I think this one can be challenging for us. We'll see how it goes. Not impossible, but I think this is our harder of the more popular matchups. One of the important things to think about in this matchup is, given the option, we never want to lead on a Staryu, because Staryu loses to Giovanni plus Farfetch'd. Burst energy advantage is pretty good in the Farfetch'd mirror. This is the punish for not leading on my duck when they don't have a duck. Oh, I think I need to play this out, so that way if we draw Misty, we can high roll. Opponent playing the pretty stock build, 2 Marshadow, 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Farfetch, 2 Aerodactyl, and then 2's down the utility cards, Sabrina, Giovanni, X-Speed, Research, Amber, Pokeball. If I hit an X-Speed, I probably X-Speed into the Farfetch. If I hit Lumineon, we Lumineon into the Farfetch'd. The reason why I led on this was so that way if they led Farfetch'd, I could hit the Evolution or the X-Speed and then kind of have first duck advantage, so to speak. The one real downside to playing our deck is it's really atypical, and it frequently makes people run the clock down trying to figure stuff out. Our opponents have played incredibly slow in the tournaments we've played the last couple of days. Now, the awkwardness here is if they have Mars Shadow, I can't just retreat and clear the Hitmonlee. Lumineon's a really good draw because it lets me pivot into the Farfetch'd here. No potions or blues in the opponent's deck. I think I just give up the knockout point to their Farfetch'd here because, what's the word I'm searching for? They're gonna get to Hitmonlee this anyways, so. We put an energy here. There's no reason to play the Farfetch'd out and show them what I got. There's no red card. There's no reason for them to Sabrina me. I'm going to be able to retreat this back for free after I put it up. Oh. So if I duck the duck, they can Mars Shadow my duck, and then I can Star me the Mars Shadow, and I'm in trouble if they have second Mars Shadow next turn. I could also Aqualiner their current Mars Shadow and just clear it over 2 turns. That gives up my Lumineon though, which gives me a little bit less maneuverability. I'm gonna put Farfetch'd out here to play around Sabrina, and I'm gonna go ahead and Aqualiner the Mars Shadow, I think. It means they can't take time to develop a second Mars Shadow until the first one is gone. There's a good chance we're just a little bit too far behind because they had first energy advantage / first attack advantage this game. That's interesting. Okay. think I research. I don't need to Sabrina or Giovanni. I'm pretty sure I want to kill this Hitmonlee so we can clear out the things that are going to attack our bench here is the plan. And ideally, I want to build up a full health Starmie so I can survive a Marshadow hit. Oh, missing on the Starmie is a big deal. I think we're just dead if they play this well. I think we just lose to second Marshadow. I need their second Marshadow to be buried in the bottom. Oh, we're also dead to Amber plus Aerodactyl, yeah. I needed, yeah, I'm just dead. What did I need? I needed a basic for this last turn so I could pressure this, and even that's not gonna work if they have the Aerodactyl, right? Yeah. This one wholly came down to first attacker's advantage. I think opponent and I both navigated that game well, and because we both played well, I couldn't overcome first energy advantage without a Misty. Shadow trigger if you're not going to backline a Pokemon. Yes, so long as you're knocking it out with an attack. Again, I would really encourage you, if you think I had lines to beat what they had, go back and look at it and figure it out that they all beat me. They have first energy advantage again. That's so unlucky. And they have Duck into my Duck when I let on Duck this time. I can never lead on Staryu though, because Duck Geo is just so brutal. The Misty doesn't really matter here because I don't have any of my stage 1s lined up. Okay, okay, better. Just hit 2 heads, we run them over. How about 0 heads? What does 0 heads do? Seems not good for us. They have Marshadow, we're kind of torched. It's pretty likely. Alright. I need to hit a Finian, and then we need to hit on the Misty. I don't know that we're in a good spot. This matchup seems tough. I think when people ask me what our bad matchup is, I'm gonna say this one. Not currently feeling very confidence-inspired. I suppose if I hit second star me next turn, we could be okay. One of those and one research and 9 cards. With the Misty heads here, second star me could pull us out. Yeah, our opponent opened on 2 research as well here. It's tough to overcome. Yeah, they had double research and oh, what's it called? They had double research and they had first energy advantage in both games. Really? They have second Hitmonlee? This feels like I have second Hitmonlee play. Because they're gonna like take 90 and then if I draw Finian next turn, we got him. Because I have 1 point and we do 90 into 50. So Finian or second Starmie are both insane. Oh, I just lose the second Sabrina. That's what this is. They had double research, they have double Sabrina. I needed second Starmie. Okay. I needed second Starmie. Like, I think this play means they have double Sabrina. Yeah. I played that game really well. I also think I made actual 0 mistakes. Sometimes that's just gonna happen in card games. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, it's just how it is. Happy with my play, which is all you can really do and be. Yeah, the first energy advantage was 100% what those games were decided about, and I had a draw at the end, right? Like if I would have drawn the second Starmie, we beat them despite them having first energy advantage in a good matchup. First game probably breaks in our favor if we have first energy advantage or if our Misty hits. Is it not possible to keep repairing until you alternate first energy advantage? I mean, you could, but it's not really feasible, no. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask for tournament players. And again, one of the reasons why I think this Lumi Neon deck is so good is because Misty means you have 2 chances to have first energy advantage. Like that, the first game, we didn't just lose the first energy advantage. We also missed the first energy advantage, and I missed on Misty because Misty essentially says, okay, reflip the first energy advantage for you. Is the goal and what the deck does. What's the structure of this tournament? Once we take a loss, we kind of care. 8 rounds, top 16 cut. All right, so we'll need to be 7-1. What are the bad matchups of this deck? Fighting deck. Not having first energy advantage is your actual bad matchup because literally you're a Starmie deck. So when you have first energy advantage, you can beat absolutely anyone. You just like play Starmie, put your second energy on, and run them over. But one of the reasons why I like this deck is there's no polarizingly bad matchups. You have a chance in absolutely everything that you play. All right, let's play a couple more with the BHM deck. That's a viewer submission. And we'll take an ad break, and we'll have another tournament round after, huh? I mean, the fighting deck's only okay for what it's worth. The fighting deck had one good breakout weekend, its first weekend 3 weeks ago, and the last 2 weeks, the fighting deck's conversion rates in the meta report have been exactly flat. It's like 5% of the starting field, and it's like 5% of the top performing field. So it's a low. I think if I had to pick a deck that feels like it's a harder matchup into it, the deck that's both not very popular and only performs okay into the rest of the field's probably a good place to be. Shame their egg is on the bench, so I can't scramble it here with the Giovanni. I feel like our deck almost never beats an Executor. Seems like it's gonna be a real uphill fight. Yeah, I agree, Sho. I think the current metagame is really well balanced. When I did my last metagame deck roundups, there's a reason why I didn't list anything as S tier. When we're no longer playing in a tournament, there will no longer be a tournament listed in the stream title. Repetitive, redundant questions that are going to get asked a lot during a stream, you can almost always find with a command or an answer to the stream title in my streams. Big on trying to teach people to fish here. I gotta get this one like 1 or 2 more matches, but I think I'm about ready to spike it into the trash can and move on to the next. I feel like we've had a good beat on viewer decks for the last day. We've had a lot more than we're good than bad, but this last set, our next one's gonna be a little scuffed too. We have Articuno, Moltres, and Drudagon. What do those numbers mean for the record? That's the approximate number of players that'll have those records, Messiah. So there'll be like 1-ish person that's 8-0, 4-ish people that are 7-1, and then the rest are 6-2. So some 6-2s will make top cut, but those 6-2s will be people who took their losses later. So usually when you take your first loss in round 2 like we did, our tiebreakers will be bad, so we're effectively eliminated with the second loss. The 6-2s who squeak into top cuts based on tiebreakers will be people who like lose rounds like 6, 7, and 8, or like 6 and 8 or something like that. How do you sign up for the tournament on February 1st? The Hoaglandia Spraggles Open will open signups on Friday. Sign up for other tournaments can be found on Limitless at the link here. Hey, Nord, thanks for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, the structure for the tournament's going to be, we're going to cap players at 2,048. And we're going to play 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by a hard cut of everyone who's 6-1 or better. And then from there, we'll play a single elimination bracket that needs the number of rounds depending on the number of people that we have. Assuming the tournament fills and it plays to completion, it'll be 7 rounds of Swiss and 7 rounds of single elim. You have a pretty solid prize pool, so I imagine we'll cap, but there's no guarantee. There's a few different people running Saturday tournaments now, so player base might split between them. Oh, I forgot to put the Blastoise coin on my Starmie deck. I said I was going to. We should do that. That's why our Misties weren't hitting chat. Misty wanted a Blastoise coin. Blastoise, Greninja, Articuno, and Eevee. Alright, so we're not playing full lines of Pokemon here. I'm gonna throw this deck away. This is just like much worse than the other far-fetched decks you could play in this format. Behem is not a finisher. It's so awkward and clunky. My submissions, you can sub out one of the birds for a better card if you want. You just want a 2-color Drudagon deck. Okay. Yeah, because Articuno doesn't really play great with 2 colors. She needs 2. I'm kind of into flipping coins on Sky Attack. The peak is the Marvel Snap Pot location. Never before have I been happier to not currently be streaming Marvel Snap Twitch drops. Oh man, that sounds awful. Oh, they re-released that location. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. I forgot they cut that one, right? What do I want for a third attacker here? It has to be a 2-color deck. Is it just Greninja? Can I play Greninja, Drudagon, Moltres? I think it's Greninja. Yeah, you should have time to go to lunchtime. You'll be the one after this. And we've got a tournament round coming up in 15 minutes too. Let's do Greninja. A kingdom for the defaultiest of flares. Think to implement Twitch drops into Pocket. My checkbook certainly hopes so. Regular Pokemon TCG Live does Twitch drops periodically, and so does Pokemon Unite. So hopefully it's on there. Whatever. You a checkbook? I actually don't. Every time when we do payroll at the end of the year for the business, I have to go into the bank and get counter checks from the cashier. Because our payroll is literally the only time I ever write any checks. All right. Let's go ahead and take our ad roll, and then we've got 12 minutes till the next round starts. We'll play a game or two with this as our viewer submission, and then we'll be into the next tournament match. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I use the restroom subs. BRB. I do some afternoon peddling. Oh, hold on. Almost had a Ralph Wiggum deck editor. Let's cut the psychic. Ain't nobody got time for your psychic energy, Mew. Oh yeah, I should switch the Blastoise coin now before I forget. Let me do that. Appreciate the reminder. I'm gonna keep the other cosmetics. I like those too, but Blastoise for the Misty coin sounds great. I assume default flares have to be on their to-do list / quality of life, but no, the Pokemon Pocket devs do not communicate literally anything in advance. Your guess is as good as ours when things are going to happen. As a Magic player, it was both shocking and welcome that spoiler season consisted of 8 cards being shown in one announcement page. Yeah. Yeah, it was real interesting for sure. Very, very different experience. Am I powering up Moltres or am I powering up Druddigon? I think it's Druddigon. I think it's Druddigon. I'm gonna get Claw in here. Any deck need 2 copies of Mew EX. Needs a strong word. Yeah, I don't know that any of the decks that I currently like want 2 copies. If that answers your question. If you're ever joining the stream and you're wondering if I'm playing in a tournament currently, you can check the stream title to see if it says we're in a tournament. And if you're wondering if the current match we're playing is a tournament round, you can look for the ribbon if it's on the stream or not. The new Pokemon set leaked, or is the trailer out? No to both. We know absolutely nothing about what's upcoming. The trailer for the first mini set dropped a few days before it released. I would expect the same with the big expansion. Just like no notice, a little dribble, and then everything. Baby Moltres does 130 damage for 3 energy. Some people have it do nothing on occasion, but I've never flipped the tails in my life, so my Moltres always hits. What's tails? It's something that unlucky players experience on occasion. Oh no! Speaking of unlucky. Oh wait, that was going back there, sure. We didn't get a list of the cards in the mini set until the mini set was actually out, Adam. We had a very small number of cards previewed, so I'd expect the same. Flipping heads here is lovely. With the next energy being a water energy, I'm going to go ahead and put energy on Frogadair, so that way, if we top deck a Greninja, we can clean up next turn. They actually just died of the Frogadair now, yeah? Thanks, Rough Scan, appreciate you. Easy dub, undefeated. My win streak on the screen, so that way people know we defeated the Snom Gyarados Staryu deck. Fire energy, water drip. Drip, drip, drip. It always makes me chuckle when, like, there's some big win streak advertised, and then, like, you click it and watch the video, and it's just like, they played against just, like, 7 completely non-decks. And then, like, the deck that ended their win streak was, like, the one meta deck they queued into. That's basically how my 5 wins event last time went, right? Like, we queued, I think we had 1 meta deck in 5 matches. All data is good data. What's my favorite comment? The plural of anecdote is not data. Ooh, a Moltres Plane Enjoyer. We weren't playing Salazzle in ours, but I like Moltres Plane a lot in general. Just solid. Yeah, I think the new win streak event is data mined to be coming on Monday, if I recall correctly. I think I'm actually powering up Bench Strudigon here. Just like playing to crack these folks for 90. I need a baby frog, gamers. My kingdom for the babyest of frogs. Two minutes till our next tournament round. 1 match outstanding. Now, the downside here is Magmar plus Blaine does clean out this Strudigon I invested all this energy in. Jeff, you appear to have one of the missing bowls from my house. I'm not sure how I ended up halfway across the country with my kids. It's not surprising. I feel that on a deep emotional level. Smog, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get your sword to go at that shield. Thanks for keeping me around. Welcome back. If I would have had a Greninja building up in the back, we might have been okay here, but with our Froakie nowhere to be found. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, Froakie on a chair, take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Dee-dee-oo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh my god, are you gonna toot this Magmar again this turn? That seems good for me. Anytime Magmar toots, it doesn't get a knockout. I feel like it puts us infinitely ahead. If I top deck second Greninja next turn, we actually win the game on the spot, so we'll get to put 2 Shurikens into the Moltres, so then Greninja cleans the Magmar. Even if we brick on the Greninja, we're still in a pretty decent spot, yeah? The water energy on top, so we'll put this one up. So we get to go this, into Moltres, into Greninja, into put 20 here, and then we clear this with the Mist Slash. And then they need a second potion to not have their Moltres die. Did our opponent DC? Our opponent DC'd. All right, our round is up and our opponent is here. So I'm gonna give this altar the win here so we don't make our tournament opponent wait. If our opponent didn't check in, I was gonna finish this out, but waiting for my opponent to tell us when they're searching. They are lovely. Stock Mewtwo this round. 5 basics, 9 total Pokemon, 1 Mew EX, 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 2 Slab, 1 Giovanni. Giovanni's really noteworthy in this matchup. Them having that early to the breakpoint on a Farfetch'd or a Finian can often tip the game firmly in their favor. Burst energy advantage here is good for us, and more importantly, not leading on Staryu. Farfetch'es are ideal open in this matchup, but leading on Staryu is the thing we absolutely do not want to do. This is a very good start for the home team. Obviously, we could brick, but we're going to see a lot of cards out of our deck here with double Pokeball into research. Gonna put the energy on Finian here, and we're gonna evolve into Lumineon next turn, methinks. Then putting energy on Mewtwo right away makes our decision making easy. It means we're gonna start going after that one. Not gonna fill up my last bench slot yet because I don't know if I want a second Lumineon or a second Starmie potentially. There are notably no potions and no copies of blue. So this Mewtwo getting 100 or going marked down to 100 points means that it goes down to Starmie plus a Giovanni at any point. It also means I could potentially just tap it 2 more times and get 2 points. We'll see where this energy goes. If they put the energy on the Mewtwo, I'm probably going to hit it again. But when they put the energy on the other Mewtwo, I'm going to go after the Ralts here. Still going to put an energy here in case I top deck Starmie, but next turn we'll probably play this out with the other Lumineon queued up. Taking our first knockout point on the Ralts and keeping them off of their acceleration is a big deal here. Because once we take our first knockout point, it means that any EX knockout is just GG. Put this here. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna take this knockout here. And then next turn, I can go energy on Duck. Duck this down to 100 with Giovanni. Oh, but then I'm gonna need another Giovanni. What's my build to win here? I'm definitely clearing this. I'm just trying to think while I have timer here how I'm building out over the course of the next couple of turns. It's really going to depend on where their energy goes and what my draw is, I think. This is going to be ready to blast next turn is the thing. Or in 2 turns, I should say. Then we're putting not far-fetched up because it lets me wait to make my decision until after I draw because I'm going to have a free retreat cost. Second Geo locks it up. They have no healing. They can maneuver around here, but if they try and maneuver around, it means that our Lumineon's going to get to assault their backline, which is not good for them. I have X speed, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making a mistake. I win regardless of which one we put up with the other Geo. The X speed means I don't have to put this up and let them mark damage on it though, which is nice. This is them just saying, okay, I'm dead to the other Geo, but we took our line we took because we have it. The concession before I show it to them is a little spooky. I think you've been stream sniping a tournament before. I think anybody who needs to stream snipe in one of these tournaments to win probably needs the win significantly more than I do, and they can take the advantage they need it. Them leaving there doesn't necessarily mean that they're stream sniping. My play very heavily implied I had the Giovanni or was playing to the second one, but it is a little weird. Yeah, they just couldn't accelerate because they didn't have the stage 1. Our opponent appears to not be researching. See if there's something up or if we need to call a judge. Opponent is not communicating and they're not searching using the same code. I'm gonna give them like 60 more seconds, then we'll flag a judge. They're not necessarily salty, chat. I mean, these are tournaments that are happening in the middle of the day for some people, or people are playing at home while their families are around. Like, we're playing for something, but it's not a huge stake. Sometimes life happens. Don't attribute malice to that which other things describe. Maybe, but like, you know, yeah, maybe they just had to wipe and they can't message me back because they're wiping. You can't see the screen. Yeah, I currently have a passcode up on my screen for my opponent to join my match. So when we're playing a game, we will have the screen up. Press the flag for a judge option. If our opponent returns, we'll clear it, but it's been 3 minutes. You do see a screen, there's a sick shirt. Shout out to Into the AM. Always providing us with bang up designs. Yeah, that might just, like I said, life happens. I don't necessarily think there's malice or salt or anything. And they didn't say anything. Like, usually some people say sometimes, like, oh, I just need a minute before the second game, and it's like not a big deal, but it's been like 6 minutes now. So. Their sponsorship is still up. In fact, Into the AM is gonna be one of our 2 sponsors I have confirmed for the upcoming Hoaglandia Spraggles tournament. We're gonna have $500 worth of gift cards from them to give out to competitors as both door prizes and top finishers. I work with them for a long time. They make a lot of great stuff. Got like 30 other shirts in my closet upstairs, a couple pairs of pants and some sweaters. Being so close to the new release makes it fun and less meta-intensive IMO. Yeah, if the tournament on the February 1st, which is going to be our first one, runs well, I think I'm going to talk to Spraggles and my wife about trying to schedule a tournament that Saturday after the new set releases every time. All right, looks like my opponent was marked inactive, and we have won the round because of that. We had one interesting game at least. Let's hop back into our random queue. We are now 2-1. Hey, that was unfortunate. Stuff happens though. This is a save tournament from yesterday. No. Weekday ones are all one day self-contained. Houndoom and Tyranitar are coming in the next set, Copium, and they're both going to be great, obviously. If we get a good stage 1 Dark EX Pokemon that attacks for like 2 to 3 energy, it would put Weezing totally over the top. Umbreon or Houndoom EX with like a 2 to 3 energy attack, and Weezing is just going to be tops. All of our opponents are having connections. Come on, gamers. I'm here for the Houndoom Cope, yep. My hope is that regardless of what Pokemon are coming in the upcoming set, I hope we get 3 Steel and 3 Dark EX Pokemon. That's my hope. I don't care who they are. I would just really love those types to be fleshed out more. Why does it need to be an EX Pokemon? EX Pokemon are more powerful and tend to cornerstone / headline a lot of the meta decks. Dragon. Dragon I could take or leave. I feel like Dragon's having plenty of time in the sun with Druddigon. Against Mewtwo, I would love to start powering up Mew to start. Please and thank you. One of the best things you can do in the Mewtwo matchup in any deck is get this to 2 energy ASAP, so that way their Mewtwo can't come into the active spot without threat of getting purged. Fire energy, water drip, gamers. Drip, drip, drip. Drip, 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 drip. Is there a website for Spanish or European tournaments? There's tournaments run in all sorts of languages on Limitless. Usually they're open to everyone, but they'll say like the primary language this tournament is for is people speaking a certain one. Usually, like I played in a couple of, there was a French tournament that I played in where the signups were all in French. I just Google translated it and joined, and there was no problem with that. Frog on curve, GG. GG. We're currently in between tournament rounds. You can always know when coming into my stream if it's a tournament round because you'll see a banner up and whether or not I'm playing the deck listed in the stream title for the tournament. So we're playing Starmie in the tournament today, so if we're not playing a Starmie deck, we're in between rounds. Alright, obviously there's gonna be a fire energy underneath this one, yes? We'll get the sky attack on curve. Why Moltres just for stall? We're playing Moltres because I have an embarrassment kink, so I regularly take $10 bills from my viewers in order to play cards that are incredibly embarrassing. This afternoon, that card is Moltres. Yikes. Never a fire energy. Alright, that's fine. We'll start powering up this Moltres, because obviously underneath this water energy is a fire energy. Some local man about to be fooled again. The actually never luckiest of the rubber duckies. Oh, I should have played the Fruki. Average 2-color deck experience, really? If I draw Frog in there next turn, I'm gonna be sad I didn't play the Fruki. I guess I get to put the Druidigon up at least. What a tease, Celebi. What a tease. That was rude. Hey, 2 wrongs. Thank you for the 17-month resub. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, I messed up. I would have had Greninja next turn if I wouldn't have played this out. I think without fire energy, we're just torched at this point. Which is an ironic set of circumstances, really, when you think about it. When you're going first, there's no reason to play your bench Pokemon out to start. You should always wait until you draw a card and resolve your Pokeballs or your researches, just in case any of those decisions impact which things you want to put on the bench. What do you think about the absence of resistance? I think it's unnecessary, and removing it is a nice simplification of the cards. I think Pocket's a brilliant game because it did a good job of keeping a lot of the things that make Pokemon TCG good in paper while removing a lot of the extra noise that you don't need. I think one of my favorite suggestions for two-color energy or multicolor energy decks is that instead of picking which colors are in your energy zone, you should get to build an energy deck that you draw out of. So like if you're like 7 and 7 or 8 and 8, as you draw each water energy subsequently, you're more likely to find the other one. So you could still make it 50-50 to start, but it would just like organically make it more likely that you're hitting the one that you haven't hit yet as you go. I think would be neat. It would let you do things like in the fighting Greninja deck, you could play like mostly fighting and a little bit of water for when you need Greninja to attack in the late game. Isn't the turn cap 30? It's capped 30, but it counts both players' turns, yes? Like this is my second energy turn, my third turn, but it's turn 5. So each player would only need 15 or 16, right? However that works. I think full alternating between your energy types in a guaranteed pattern is probably too powerful and makes two colors too consistent. I think there's a decided reason why they didn't go for that design to start. All right, and now Moltres here is just gonna run them out of the game. We got our cannon set up. It's time to fire. Easiest game of Pokemon Pocket I ever played in my life, gamers. Hope none of you were doubting us, because I certainly wasn't. Your Moltres at home might miss sometimes. My Moltres, consummate professional. Never bricked in its life, certainly not about to start today. Some of you at home doubting me, saying this man must be joking. Fear the bird. Fear the bird. Caw-caw! Death from above! Oh, Moltres has text. It says deal 130. Very clearly. See? Just deal 130, givers. Easiest game of Pokemon Pocket you ain't ever seen played. Easy. I don't know why anybody plays Arcanine. Arcanine EX? Never heard of him. Baby Moltres? That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Baby Moltres sleeper card. No clickbait. Uninstalling, leaving 1-star review in the App Store. Oh no! Alright, we gotta take a brief pause for the cause to pay some bills and let the adverts roll. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back. We've got about 12 minutes till round 4 of the tournament goes up. We're currently 2-1 with the Louis Dion Starmie deck. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I watch all your VODs, and it's my first time catching you live. I found you through the Arbok Wheezing deck at a tournament 2 months ago. What's going on, Tumsies? Thanks for that super generous super chat. Welcome to a live one. Glad you enjoy the vibe of our stuff here. Adam Megas, I don't think they're very likely to rework any of the energy systems. I think all the systems are set how they are and absolutely nothing's going to change. I think it's very likely we see cards that let you manipulate the energy zone a little bit more directly in upcoming sets. But as far as like core game rules function, the core game rules aren't going anywhere or changing for this. It's one of those useless / pointless musings. You feel like cards tampering with the energy zone may be tough to balance? Nah, not at all. I think Pokemon Pocket is a game where absolutely every slot in your 20 card deck is super valuable. So playing a card that makes your energy zone more consistent comes at a real cost. What other card games have you played? I try and make a point to play every digital card game at least a little bit. As far as full-time content is concerned, I spent the 2 years before this playing Marvel Snap as my full-time content focus, and then the 6 years to a decade before that, I did Magic the Gathering, with about 5 or 6 of those years being a full-time income level. Also dabbled in some things like Runeterra and others for a little bit here and there, and like Pokemon Unite, but none of those games ever made me any actual money, so I don't know that you can count them as full-time content. Metrics for them just weren't very good. I've not played around with the Bazaar because it doesn't have a mobile client yet. I'll probably give it a poke when they move into their fuller open beta and have a mobile client. Mythgard, Hex TCGs, the old timers remember. Old Hoaglandians remember Mythgard and Hex. Not playing around the Greninja, we're probably done here. I played Paper Pokemon TCG for a very brief stint, but ended up having a kind of sour experience with their judge program and bounced off of it. And then got married, had kids, and don't really travel to play in tournaments anymore. It's been nice being able to play a bunch of stuff with Pocket from my house. Opponent is very dead here. Fast Greninja seems impossible for them. One match outstanding in the tournament, but still 6 minutes left of the round. Baby frog? Baby frog a doo 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 doo. Baby frog. Got brooding teenage frog and big scary adult frog. Ooh, Alakazam Mewtwo. Opponent's in the kitchen. Cooking us up something sweet. Well, the good news here is our draw is kind of bricky, but I have fire and water energy, so the Druddigons can theoretically attack. If they Psy Sphere us twice and then we crack them for 90, when they hit back, we trade 2 for 2. Oh, that's annoying. Need to draw a leaf now, but like I also need a basic. Yikes. Don't know that we have a good route to victory here. Definitely dead to second Sabrina. On Lukey. Alright, may or may not have time to play one more. 4 minutes on the timer. Only one match outstanding, so it's probably not rolling over. Yeah, Noble Trace couldn't win, obviously. That was the problem. I would love to lead on a Derpy Dragon. Again, just want to like research and Pokeball before we play any of these out. Just gives us the most possible information about what the texture of our hand's going to look like before we make choices which cards we're putting on the board. Leave this last bench slot flexible to be another Froakie or be a Moltres, depending on what our draw shapes up to look like. If we hit like double Frogadier, we'll put the other Froakie out. But until we have a backup Frogadier in hand, there's no reason to crowd the bench. Time to crowd the bench. I think we chill for now. I think we chill. Double X Speed Greninja is about to get real frisky. Oh my goodness, this thing dies to a freaking water shuriken now? Holy, we're so done here. Have you ever seen a game this done in your life, gamers? Turn 3 Greninja is just so cracked. Hey, thanks, Trey. I think we're gonna play a non-Starmie deck in tomorrow's tournament, just because I don't want things to get too stale playing the same deck every day. But yeah, we're playing the Starmie deck in today's tournament as well. It's been my addiction. Maybe we'll play Starmie again on Friday. But tomorrow I'm gonna figure out something else to play. Might play a Fighting Box deck tomorrow. It's been a little bit since we played one of those on stream. But I knew you had a turnaround cut up. Yeah, less than a minute till the round ends, so I'm not gonna queue another. We'll just chill here. I can quit anytime, yeah. I can put the stars down whenever I want. I just don't want to. They're my Starmies and I want them now. Can you speak a little into deciding your starter in the Starmie deck? Generally speaking, you want to lead on a 60 HP Pokemon, with Farfetch'd often being your best starter. But there are spots where, like, Finian's your better starter because Luminion has a free retreat cost. So you'll, like, lead Finian, put an energy on Starmie on your bench, they'll, like, evolve into Luminion, and then evolve into Starmie and switch them for free. Ooh. I bet this matchup's potentially hard for us. We are playing against Arcanine Moltres. Our Charizard matchup is good, but Arcanine Moltres has not only 2 Growlithe and 2 Arcanines, but they have 2 Giovannis to go with their Arcanine to let them clear our Starmie in one. It's a big deal. Curious to see how this one plays out. I've not played this matchup at all yet. The pure Arcanine build of this deck tends to be a lot less popular than the Charizard build. Waiting for our opponent to check in here. Here. I don't know where box comes from in the fighting box name. I think it refers to it's like a core of cards as opposed to a specific deck. Because when I say fighting box, I could mean like the Aerodactyl deck, I could mean the build with Tauros and Mew. Technically, like the Greninja build is a fighting box deck. It's like a core package of cards as opposed to specific 20 cards. Like when I say Gyarados Greninja, there's a specific 20 cards that are commonly played. Stand up for this tournament round 2. Able to find opponent. Come on, opponent, you said you were searching. Oh, alright, got him the second time. As always, I'll be paying a little bit less attention to chat while we're playing the tournament round out. Behave or the mods will bonk you. Opponent has 1 red card in their deck, so something to think about and play around. Leading Farfetch'd is not ideal, but Pokeball plus research is nice for sure. They have Moltres to start here, but no Growlithe yet, but they also know we're not on red card and have a Sabrina, so they could just be holding the Growlithe in hand. I am going to research here, despite them being a red card deck, because I do need to start you. Perfect. If we hit heads on this Misty, it would be a really big deal, because it means we get to start attacking with the Starmie right away. Of course, they could also hit enough heads on their Moltres that largely won't matter, so we'll see. If I draw Lumineon, I might actually try and Misty the Finian. This is why we play Misty. To steal that first energy advantage while also maintaining the first evolution advantage. And then if we draw Giovanni, Farfetch could technically clear this Moltres next turn, but it is worth noting they have 2 copies of Potion in their deck. They have a potion here. I imagine they use it to play around Duck Geo. Apologies to everybody we just baited with the booster pack sound. That was me. All right, Giovanni is the best draw in our deck by a lot here. Got 2 of those. I don't think I can leave Starmie up here in the active spot. I think them switching and clearing Starmie with, Arcanine plus Geo would be really bad for me. They have 2 X speeds that could pull this out. And I go ahead and put, Oh, the problem is they put 2 energies on their Moltres last turn, so if I put the Farfetch'd up, they could clear the Farfetch'd with the Moltres. Not having the Lumineon really sucks here. It's constricting our mobility since they have all their things. I assume we're going to see X-Speed or Leaf into move to the Moltres. Yeah. Always put the Starmie up here because that's a free retreat cost, so it gives us some flexibility in what we're doing this turn. Feel like we're just dead. The Heat Blast, this matchup seems really bad. Heat Blast plus Geo clears Lumineon, and Arcanine plus Geo clears Starmie. I think I just have to hope they don't have... Arcanine Geo here. I think the play is hope there's no Arcanine Geo this turn. They're only through half their deck. They have 2 of each, though. And then if they don't have Arcanine Geo, I can Lumineon clear this, and then Starmie clear this. Really unfortunate matchup variance for us today. Needed Lumineon a little bit sooner so I could start pressuring their back line before they could clear it with their Geo. Alright, we have first energy advantage here. We have Finian, but no Lumineon. Is 50% to be a star U? Non-star U here is a big deal. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really appreciate the backseat gamers after the fact when I'm in the middle of a tournament round. Especially when you're responding to me with hindsight is 2020 information. Please go away. And we're done, gamers. If I had a star U, we could potentially be okay here. But without it, I think we're up a creek without a paddle. Was their draw awkward? Their draw's not remotely awkward. They have a Moltres and a fire Pokemon to power up. If you mean they don't have their best possible draw while my draw is awkward, you're right. They don't have their best possible draw. I have 2 copies of Potion here, unfortunately, so Giovanni Starmie is pretty unlikely to get the clear here. It's possible I'm supposed to Giovanni last turn because it makes drawing Professor's Research better, but we're slightly more likely to induce a mistake if they don't know we have it. We are just going to be dead to their 1 copy of Sabrina here still, though. There's the punish for not Giovanniing last turn. Would have been dead to Sabrina either way. Don't think we have any outs here, just because they got 3 energies for free, right? If they were behind 3 energies on this board, we would be ahead enough that it wouldn't matter, but they got 3 for free. Even if they were behind 2 energies, right? They hit like the average of 1. We might be okay. Illuminion would have made us not dead to Sabrina. That's true. Illuminion would have made us not dead to Sabrina. Yep. They have 1 Sabrina. Not a lot you can do there. Some tough losses today. I lied. I'm going to play the Illuminion deck again tomorrow. Didn't really have a lot of player agency in the couple of matches that we lost. They hit 3 heads on Moltres in that game, and the Fighting Box one, we just lost We lost first energy advantage both times. That's just how it be. Yeah, stuff happens. We've got a couple more games to play with this viewer deck, and then we've got one more viewer deck in the queue. We can hang out and play for a little bit more. We'll be dropping from the tournament at 2 and 2. We're all done. It would be really nice to have a best of 3 match, best of 3 direct challenge option, so you could alternate back and forth. The same person having first energy advantage all 3 games in a tournament round is really unfortunate. I know that I want to play Drudagon out against a fighting deck. Need a fast frog in this matchup, I would wager. This is 66% to be a Frogadair. Or a Froakie. That's the kind of day it's been. Lose the 66%er. I'll play this one out now to insulate against Sabrina. Alright, assuredly this finds me a Froakie, yes? Every time. There it is. I think we'll X speed out the Moltres rather than give up a knockout point here. That's funny, using Drudagon's Rough Skin to trigger their fight back. Thankfully, Moltres is powered up and ready to go here, so we'll just start cleaning them out. Mauled by a Bear, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Crack you. Night Gamer. That we're seeing more Primapes to counter Drudagon. We're really not seeing Primapes. Not being played in any of the tournaments. I think this is the first time all day we've hit it in the random queue. This is the scariest flip of the game. I mean, maybe if you're not skilled, but my Moltres always hits gamers. I wouldn't be playing the card if it did nothing sometimes. That card would be terrible. My Moltres is 130 for 3 energy. Start putting damages on the Cubone so that way we can clear Marowak EX with the Sky Attack. We saw Mankey as well. When Primeape sees play occasionally, it's usually not this one. It's the new 80 damage, 80 HP that does 50 for 1. What's the best Pidgeot EX deck in your opinion? Probably the Drudagon Tauros shell. The Fighting Cores have some results too, but Drudagon Tauros is likely the answer. This game is easy when you always hit heads. Why would you hit something other than heads? I don't understand. That sounds ill-advised, hitting something other than heads. My gosh! You're embarrassing me in front of my friends, Moltres. I was hyping you up. This is just embarrassing. Okay. Ooh. Just keep swinging, swinging, swinging. Just keep swinging. Doot, doot, doot. Got our lovely 3 energy attackers. No. It's fine. They can't put the Marowak up in attack because I have Drudagon ready to go. Moltres is only missing at this point because she knows we no longer need her attack to win the game. So she's done doing work because she understands that the rest of the team can get it across the finish line. She hit on the first 2 when it was important, and then she tapped out. Yeah, she dressed it up for next game. We don't want to use up our variance allotment. She said y'all got this, then went home to roost, exactly. Lot of water Pokemons. Flop around. Flop, flop, flop around. This 10-pointer could be relevant if they don't have Gyarados very quickly, because it leaves the Magikarp at 20, which means a single Water Shuriken puts it down. But obviously, if they have the big boy right away, it doesn't matter. I really hope they raise the level cap for the upcoming set release. I was shocked they didn't do it with the mini set. How much notice do you think we're going to get before the release 1 week? I'm expecting like the Friday before again. Data mines say the 29th, which means the evening on the 28th. So I'm expecting like something like the 24th, 25th, 26th. They'll finally let us know. Fire energy, water drip. Alright, let's look at us our Moltres, says local man about Titrudagon. Nice, nice. This gives us a knockout point, which is also nice. You have every card in the game. I have every mechanically unique card in the game. I'm missing some of the full arts. Alright, we dodge a Misty, we can dodge a ball. We need to dodge a Misty for a turn. We need to draw Greninja, and then Druddigon, Greninja plus Moltres team up to kill this Gyarados like they're Exodia. Should I Sabrina them as well? I should probably Sabrina them as well, huh? Just maybe give myself an extra turn. I think the data mines had the 5 wins event going up next week. I had a note on my calendar saying Monday. Oh gosh, do they have their Greninja and we don't? They're just gonna get us now? That might be what's happening here. Let's add a command. Next set. Next pocket set is data mine to release on January 29th. No official word yet, though. Okay, if I draw Greninja and hit heads on Moltres, we win the game. They also have 0 knockout points, though, too, here, so if I brick on the Greninja draw and just hit with Moltres, we still have a shot. Puts them to 150. Moltres slides to the active. Yikes. 2 Greninjas, 2 research, 8 cards, and a dream next turn. Don't fail me now, Moltres. You're beautiful. Absolutely. Hey, Dine, are you still hanging out? Would you be okay if I did your viewer deck submission tomorrow morning to start? You just got back. Would you be okay if I punted yours till tomorrow sometime? I could do it first thing or later in the day, whichever works for you. Coolio. I think it's about 2:45. We've been live for about 6 hours, what I'm aiming for. I wanna stick to a closer to 6-hour schedule when we scrub out of our tournaments, because on the days where the tournaments run, we're gonna end up running long while we're playing in them. So in an attempt to strike work-life balance, we're gonna be done closer to 3 if I have a spectacular failure in our tournament runs. If you want to see more of the Lumi Neon Starmie deck, you should check out my YouTube channel. I posted our tournament top 8 run that we did yesterday. I think that's a ton of fun. Has a ton of player agency and lots of fun choices. I'll be back tomorrow morning. We're going to fire up around 9:30 Central again. We'll play some viewer decks to start, and there's a tournament in the morning. Been enjoying playing in all the community events. Really appreciate folks that are here for some bucket. It's been a ton of fun, and I'm enjoying focusing on it here for January. It's likely going to be our focus for the future of our channel. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in the morning. I'm gonna read you into Kronos, for people that are on the Twitch side. He's doing some stuff. Good gamer.